It's lousy. Well, I suppose it's time we finally get started with the hard mode bosses. I spent a lot of time, last night and this morning, getting things together so I could do a hard mode boss today. And I think the Destroyer is going to be the easiest of them. The most reasonable to do with the gear that I have. Given that death pretty much isn't an issue. Hey, Tempestissima and Lopsink. Okay, let me, volume a little low. Okay. So, I spent, looks like about 6 hours, between fishing and doing some farming. I killed 2 ice golems. I did enough fishing quests to get fin wings. No, I suspect Destroyer will probably take the longest of the mech bosses, but is also going to be the easiest of the mech bosses. But I'm not positive. We'll have to see. It depends on how much damage exactly we do to him. I'm going to turn down the sound a bit. So we'll see. I have no frame of reference for how long this is going to take. Destroyer and Flare Gun took about 5 hours each. I got a Berserker's Glove, Flesh Knuckles, Cross Necklace. I even got a bundle of balloons because I got lucky with fishing. And it fished up a sandstorm in a Mirage crate. And then the rest of the balloons just came from shimmering the balloons you fish up. And unfortunately, we are going... I'm going to do this on Expert mode, not Master. For the sake of time. Because Master mode just adds a bunch more HP, and that's really about it. Because the damage is not very relevant. It just makes things take astronomically longer. And I don't feel like doing that. Not for the Destroyer. Let me get my armor set. Where is... Okay, I have a titanium mask, and with all this stuff, I should be able to make frost chest piece and legs. And I don't want frost armor. That is, the set bonus will not do anything. Especially not against the Destroyer, but even in general, the Lawnmower is not a melee weapon. It does not benefit from frost armor. However, frost armor, the pants, and the chest piece have the most defense of any pre-mech armor. So, I want to use them for the sake of min-maxing my defense. I think if I had Ankh Shield in all of my accessory slots, I think we'd be at about like 120 defense. I think we're only going to be able to get it to like 110. I think I'm also missing food buffs. Maybe I should put some pumpkin to grow from the Dryad. Alright, we'll deal with it. I'm going to shimmer this to Adamantite because I have more Adamantite than Titanium, and Frost Armor does not care which one you use. How long do you think the Destroyer fight will take? I'd ballpark guess 10 hours, but I don't know. Is there any way to buff Lawnmower's damage? Not as far as I can tell. And given the amount of defense the Destroyer has, the Sharktooth Necklace will not do anything for us. Okay. Frost Breastplate. I need to smelt these bows. Frost Leggings. This takes us up from 47 to 78. And then we have our accessories. Let me decide exactly what I want to use. I currently have it set to Expert Lopsink. I've been doing it on Master for most of the thing before this. Well, it's on Journey mode and I can change the difficulty. But it's been on Master for most of the game. This is our first time setting it to Expert mode. We set it to Classic for the Wall of Flesh. But most of the rest of the bosses will probably be fought on Expert mode, because Master mode just adds a rather astronomical amount of time to all of them, and not very much difficulty. I'd probably do this when actually fighting the destroyer. And then probably swap these if I need to do any dodging. I have a balloon too, which may come in handy, I suppose. Shark tooth necklace is not going to come in handy. Let's put the ale away. Right, I'd like some food. I'm gonna go plant some pumpkin seeds. I should have plenty of money. Oh, I have 33 gold. Okay, maybe not that much money, but should be able to get plenty of pumpkins from this. Maybe I'll just sleep for a bit to give them time to grow. Shouldn't take too long for pumpkins to grow. But yeah, unfortunately, we are down an accessory slot, effectively, because we do not have a demon out, because we did not kill the wall of flesh on expert. Which is unfortunate, but there's really not much we can do about that. Just means we'll have to be more efficient with our usage of accessories. Can't I plant any of these pumpkin seeds? I don't have space. Why can I not plant these pumpkin seeds? What? Wait. Did they not smote Kosu because I'm underground? And pumpkins aren't supposed to be... Does smote Kosu not register the fact that they can grow here? That's annoying. Can't I fight it later when I get better armor? The destroyer is the least dangerous of the mech bosses. No. Pumpkins work with smoke cursor. They definitely do. I'm guessing it's because, like, the elevation we're at, messes with them. You know, I got an idea. I have a better idea. We got a staff of regrowth. We can just grab some dirt, put a big line of it, and just plant them on that. That'll be easier than, we got dirt. I'm at 76. That's not much. Let's get some more dirt. Where's the demolitionist? Alright. We just won't have to worry about smoke cursor. Because, I mean, what are my other options for fighting bosses? First, the twins. I'm going to take way more damage fighting the twins than I am the destroyer. Skeletron Prime. I also feel like I'm going to take way more damage fighting Prime than the destroyer. I feel like I'd rather have the slight edge of hollowed armor on them than the edgy. What I've been up to? Flying Terraria with a lawnmower? I don't know. I also don't know if we'll have enough regeneration potions. The probes are gonna be awkward, but we deal with it. Okay. Let's just make a big line of dirt here. Put the pumpkins on that. I'll probably fight the destroyer in the underworld, and then conch to the ocean if I get whenever I need to heal. It's weird because I don't know what kind of setup I'm going to need, if I'm going to need a specific setup at all to deal damage to the Destroyer, until I start fighting him. Because I might just be able to walk at him normally and not really need to build anything specific. This is on Expert mode, Edgy. This is not Get Fixed Boy. This is Don't Dig Up. And it's currently set to Expert mode. I've played Warhammer 40k Mechanicus. I have not, no. I haven't played any Warhammer 40k. I'm gonna guess that pumpkins can't normally expert mode Water of Relics because this is Journey mode, and I fought those bosses on Master mode. But it's currently set to Expert mode. Is Get Fixed Boy worth playing once? I think it's pretty self-explanatory. If I feel like you'll know whether or not you want to play Get Fixed Boy if you know what it is. I mean, is it worth killing this mimic? What am I gonna get from it? I already have Charm of Myths. I already have a cross necklace. I already have a Titan glove. The loot's not what I want. It would just be like 60 gold. I don't really care that much. Thankfully, we have a Staff of Regrowth, so we can just do it now. This should be enough pumpkin, I think. You know, let me do it from down here. Let me just solve this problem. Solve this problem too. Okay. Soundtrack is phenomenal. Isn't it just the Drunk Seed soundtrack? Also, don't you have to specifically apply it? Did I just hit him with a lawnmower? No, this is a lawnmower. Trust. Oh, the Warhammer game. That would make sense. I'll keep it in mind, but there's only so many games I have time to play. Is it a lawn maker? No, it's... Look, there's a plant right there. I'm going to mow that plant as soon as we get over it. Look, it mowed the blink root. Check it out. We're mowing the water leaf. I hope Smoke Crystal works down here. It wasn't on the fall surface. It'd be annoying planting all these by hand. Let's see. No, Smoke Crystal just doesn't work, I guess, down here. I think it's because of the elevation. Would be my guess. Whatever. Oh yeah, you can definitely normally smoke cursor it. Okay, I'll probably just fight the destroyer right here. Do a little... arena building. What have I got? I'll put the Hout statues down here. Go anywhere where grass would normally grow. We'll see if it works. It'll either work or it won't. And if it doesn't, then we'll have to find something else to... we'll have to build it on the surface, I guess. What do I want? My bass statue. That's right. Where's my bass statue? Ah, it's up here. That's right. I left it over here. Bass statue. There we go. I suppose no turtle? It's a turtle. I guess I may as well make a line of this now. In case we need to do it on the surface. We'll see if it's just that pumpkins can't grow down there, or if, no, pumpkins can grow down here. They're starting to grow. Hey, Ninja. So it must just be smoke cursor doesn't work. Okay. Get a sunflower down. Put down a bass statue. And then... do I want anything else? Honey. Probably honey. I don't know about Polygon, so I can't do bubble blocks, unfortunately. But I could just make a little pool of it. I have to go get my honey. I put my honey down somewhere. Where did I put it? I think it was where my desert pylon is. Yeah, there it is. That's weird. It probably just has a simple elevation check to check whether or not its smoke cursor will work for it. Because grass on normal seeds would only grow at that height. But because it don't dig up, it changes it. But the smoke cursor isn't updated to reflect that. Okay, honey pool works. We have Hout lantern, we have campfire, we have honey, we have Hout statues, we have bass statue. Let me put a chest down. I will get my potions. What are all the pumpkins for? Pumpkin pie. Regen, iron skin. I suppose really just those ones. How many water bottles? I'm gonna need more bottled water. I'm gonna have to get more sand. Which shouldn't be too difficult because I have a demolitionist right here. Buy some dynamite. Hop over to the ocean. Blow up ocean. Greater healing? I'm not going to be able to get enough greater healing potions. I have 76. That should be sufficient. But, like, I'm not going to be able to get a giant amount of greater healing potions. That's just not going to happen. The ones I have came from Crimson Mimics that I killed. Death message? I didn't look at it. Okay, we're gonna need to use a lot of potions. We're gonna want to have a lot of potions, particularly iron skins. Regens, it's gonna be really difficult to amass, but there's no excuse for not having iron skins all the time. Let me think about how much, let's see. 30 potions for 8 minutes would be 240 minutes, about 4 hours. If I get 100 potions, I think that's what I'm guessing our fight duration is going to be, or should be a good amount. I could always get more because we have a conch and we have access to our crafting things. The pumpkins do seem to be growing faster on the surface, though. Which I think is due to that thing that Dino Chest said. Where things update faster above 0 elevation. So things grow faster, effectively. Let me expand my pumpkin farm a bit. That was the sound of the tavern keep hitting a wraith. Please get out of here, Mr. I. But yeah, we just want a bunch of pumpkin pie. Once we get a pouty girl, we can get bacon. And pretty much infinite supply, although we will have to actually spend money on it, because happiness is not going to decrease the price to the point of it being bought essentially for free. But for the time being, pumpkin pie I'll have to do. Okay, and let's go sleep in a bed for a bit, let this stuff grow. And let's think if there's anything else that we want to do before we fight the Destroyer. You know, let's also... Oh god, never mind. Game dying. We won't do that. I think that's it. I can't think of anything else. Maybe I'll move the nurse up to top left of the world, just in case. Oh, I should move a hut lantern and a campfire up there, since that's going to be my regen zone, and set up a honey pit. That would be a good idea. And then, anything else? Can't think of anything. I'm sure there's gonna be something. Does the titanium armor set bonus not work with the lawnmower? I'm sure it works, but I'm not gonna use it. Why would I? That's not a lawnmower. It's titanium shards. I have a ping on Discord. Is it important? Oh, we should probably move our enchanted sundial close by, too. We got one of these while fishing. Ooh, traveling merchant. I would be interested in getting a DPS meter. If the traveling merchant has one. No luck there. Okay. 'Cause I am curious to see what kind of DPS we're working with. Is this fully gone? These ones are fully grown. Yeah, the pumpkins seem to just grow slower underground. Welcome back, Ninja. Surprised I don't have one. Yeah, there were a lot of traveling merchants that I just didn't go to try to buy stuff from. Because I was just busy AFK farming and didn't want to leave, or I was fighting an ice golem for like an hour and didn't want to. Okay, I should replace this with an actual door. And put a platform on this side so things can't open it. And then, we have a campfire already. I should also make a, barrier here so that things can't just jump over. I need a hot lantern. I'm gonna grab one from over here. Yeah, the pumpkin growth is a lot slower down here. Which I think is because of, I talked with this with Dino Chess at one point. But blocks update more frequently on the surface. So that means things growing on the surface grow faster. Because they get updated more frequently. Okay, got some honey in here. That's enough. Okay, and then as soon as I get a chair in there too, as well. Okay, anytime we get damaged, we conch to the ocean, come sit here, regenerate HP, and that'll help out a lot. Okay, back to sleeping. God, I can't speed up time at all while I'm sleeping. Well, I guess I can, it just gets laggy. I would like to actually start this fight. So if I can just speed up the game. Having Palladium for regen. I would need to hit things for that, Tempestissima. Is the issue. Hey now. Crimson armor would serve that purpose better. Is it Blood Moon? No, it isn't. I guess it is. Okay, no it isn't. What did you just kill? God, tax collector going hard. God damn. Let's do that again. Holy shit. Dude's a god. Okay. So we only have 27 pumpkins. We can make a lot of iron skin potions, and I will make a lot of iron skin potions. But I'm not going to be able to get enough regen potions. So we'll have to think about when we want to use our regeneration potions. Because I don't think we have enough for the entire fight. We only have about 8 hours of regeneration, and I don't think that's going to last the entire fight. Where did the traveling merchant go? He's up here again. Oh, there we go. DPS meter. Oh, I need money. Would you like some coral? Would you like... Hold on. Some gelatin crystals? Okay. Am I not allowed to do dupe items? No. Wait, how long will this fight be? It was 5 hours with copper short sword and flare gun, but this is much worse than those. I would guess twice as long as those at the least. That's gonna take more than 8 hours, I suspect. So, Destroyer's a fuck ton of HP. We have, like, no piercing, and we can't penetrate his defense either, which were the two things that made the copper short sword and flare gun not take ages. It's because the flare gun pierces, and the copper short sword with the sharpening station and a shark tooth necklace, we could kind of penetrate his defense with damage buffs too. Expert mode. Fine. The default for all bosses would be expert mode. Okay, we have enough for about 70 pumpkin pies. But I want more than that. Well, more pumpkins will grow over the course of the fight. Oh yeah, the lawnmower is not going to be dealing not going to be dealing more than 1 damage to virtually anything for the rest of the game. Can't crit either. Okay, 98 pumpkin pies. I think that's good for now. Take a couple of regen potions just for a beginning foray into the Destroyer, and then we'll reconsider as things go on. Let me get these two, Conch and Magic Mirror, up here, along with the Lawnmower. I'm going to stream the whole fight. Yeah. I need to make the Mechanical Worm, which is 5 lead, 6 Souls of Night, and Vertebra. 6 vertebra? 5 vertebra? I think it's 6. Yeah, 6 vertebra. Get a furnace up in the ocean? That's not a bad idea. I have a spare health forge lying around. Nah, I can just make a furnace. I should not put this out here in case I get... Actually, no, I could just make a little roof. That would work fine. Don't want to get falling stowed. That's the main thing. Okay. I think we are set to start. I'm going to move the sundial out by the ocean. Because it'll be easier to... Yeah, falling stars insta-kill you and don't dig up. They do like several thousand damage. Okay, let me extend this a little bit further. Just in case. Could always work on more space later if we need it. Not too pressing. I'm gonna put these on. 110 defense. Not great, but should be workable. Okay. Oh, you motherfucker. You know, that's not bad. Honestly, This is not bad at all. Damage-wise. We're actually hitting fairly frequently. Could be better. Oh yeah, it could be better, but our rate of dealing damage is not bad by any means. Okay, let's go to the ocean. Just to demonstrate what's going on here. I mean, we already did like 400 damage. That is not bad. I wouldn't say it's good, but it's not bad. It actually hits fairly frequently. So I think this is actually going to be a much shorter fight than I anticipated. Unfortunately, I don't really have a way to deal with the probes. But they also don't really deal damage, so I don't really care that much. Well, we're not going to be dealing 10 DPS the whole time, because remember, we're not going to... 10 DPS is like our peak, it's not our average. Our average is probably around like 7 DPS, and also some of them's hitting the probes, so it's not entirely accurate. It's not going to destroy it. But although we peak out here, really, when we're going straight horizontal. 6 hours and 40 minutes on 5 DPS average. Yeah, that's not bad. I was expecting much worse DPS. Unfortunately, our defense isn't quite as good as it could be. We only have a medium well-fed buff, not a major well-fed buff. And we also don't have... I mean, we're almost 120th... We're almost 120th of the way there, which is not bad. Like, this is damage, you know? And we have enough defense that we don't really have to care about anything. I mean, his face will still hit us sometimes, and we do still kind of have to care about that. But we don't have to care much. Yeah, we're 1k down. Okay. Let me, It's awkward with the Destroyer, because I don't want to... Like, I can sit there below half HP for quite a while, but I don't want to risk chumping head hits, which are really the only thing that can damage me. So I don't want to let myself sit there for too long when he's, after he hits me with his head. I should put the honey pile beneath this. That would be a good idea. I could just sit on the statues. Also, we're going to probably pop out every single probe he has before we pop a single one. Because the Destroyer probe release is based on whether or not this segment... It's a chance to release every time the segment gets hit. And because we're dealing next to no damage and hitting very frequently, we're going to pop out like all of his probes. Especially because we don't really have a good way to hit the probes. Yeah, this is not bad at all. Oh, Tinker is gone. Demolitionist is gone. Tax Collector's gone. Backing up body count. The thing is, I don't know that I really am hitting the probes very much. Because, like, they're not positioned in a way that I can hit them. They're slightly above me. It's similar to the Eyes of Cthulhu. I'm really not hitting the probes very often. You can see their health bars are not really going down. I'm hitting them sometimes, but most of this damage is just straight on the boss. Alright, 2,000 down. Will the Lawnmower be better than the Copper Shortsword against the Destroyer? We'll have to see. Now, I didn't have nearly as optimized of a tank build against when I was doing Copper Shortsword, I think, so my ability to tank was not quite as good. So I probably would have had better damage if I had put as much work into optimizing my tank build. That's the 60th of the way there. When did we start this fight? How many minutes ago? I didn't pay attention. Because we could gauge how quickly we're doing damage just by looking at how many minutes have passed. Because macro assessment is going to be better than looking at our DPS second per second. Looking at how we average out over like the course of 10 minutes. 6 minutes? Oh, that is nothing. That is nothing. We've already done like 2,500 damage. In 6 minutes? That's like, you know, let's say 500 damage a minute. It's not quite accurate. But 500 damage a minute, that is totally reasonable. What accessories have I got? The tanky ones. Cross necklace, Berserker glove, Brain of Confusion, Obsidian shield, Flash knuckles. I wanted to get an Ankh shield, but I didn't have the time to farm out the stuff for it, unfortunately. Oh no, merchant! Okay. Oh, I got away from my bass statue. That was my mistake. That's why I'm taking a bit more damage. I don't want to leave this area, because this is where I have a defense buff. Well, the Destroyer only has a limited number of probes. He only has one per segment. Once you pop out a probe, that segment can't release it again. You see how some of them are colored and some of them aren't? The probes will stop spawning once we hit. Once you pop them all out of the segments. Yeah, this is not bad damage at all. This is actually very good damage. Destroyer really is just really easy to fight with low damage weapons. He's extremely tankable. Thing is, I'm gonna... High Pierce weapons are OP for Destroyer, yeah. And... like, if we had, like, paper airplanes, this would be a lot worse. The Lawnmower has piercing to an extent, so it does work for something like this. Yeah, we can hit him reliably. For something like Prime or the Twins, our ability to hit them is going to be a lot lower, because we can't just walk into them like this. They're a lot more mobile, and they like to stay above and to the side of us. The Destroyer generally stays below you. The Twins generally stay... left and diagonal, or to the side and diagonal of you, and Prime generally stays above you. I can only hit the Twins when they dash into me, right? Yes, but I have ideas on how I might be able to hit them during other points in time. We'll have to see. We're gonna chump head hits every once in a while. It's fine. Let's see. If we're 4,000 damage down, that's what, a 30th of the way there? Yes, no. Teleporters. Spasm does have more health than Retinator. Yeah, he's got 8,000 more HP on Classic, I think. 20,000 to 28,000. I don't know how it scales on the higher difficulties, but... he also has more defense than Retinator. Yeah, what, we're 30th of the way there? Oh, it's 23k. Maybe I'm thinking of their defense. I think Spasm has 28 defense. Is he longer on this seed? No, it's, for the worthy and get fixed boy that he's longer. I think he's the same size on this seed. $10 is the 30th of his HP. That means he's gonna average out to about 300 minutes, which is 5 hours, which is exactly how long Copper Short Sword and Flare Gun also took. 5 hours is just the amount of time that it takes to kill the Destroyer on expert mode with low damage weapons. Doesn't matter what the weapon is. They're all the same. I think that's what we're learning. I'm sure if you had something that didn't pierce, like paper airplanes, it would be drastically longer. But all the low damage weapons we've done have averaged out to about 5 hours, I think. Yeah, I think it was their defense I was thinking of, and just getting that mixed up with their HP numbers. Yeah, the thing is, in order to do something like this, where you just tank on top of the Destroyer, you kind of need to be on a Crimson world. Which is, I feel like the one giant edge that Crimson has over Corruption is trying to be a tank on Corruption is, really difficult, because you don't really have access to Flesh Knuckles, because it's very difficult to get Flesh Knuckles with natural Crimson Mimic spawns. Which means if you want to be a tank, and you want to be effective like this, you really need to be on Crimson. No, Knuckles. Knuckles. Okay, 5k down. No, Flesh Knuckles. I genuinely think we're going to pop out every single probe the Destroyer has, and I don't know if we're going to kill a single one throughout the entire fight. Yeah, but the main difference is, because of that, the main differences between the world evils are going to be whether or not you find one more difficult or annoying to deal with, the enemies in it. Whether you find, like, Ichor stickers and floaty gross, or the worm enemies and clangers more difficult, or, like, the generation of the corruption versus the crimson pre-hard mode. The pre-hard mode items, because you can't get the alternate world evil until hard mode. So, like, fighting the Eater of Worlds, fighting the Brand of Cthulhu, whichever one you prefer. And whether you like Crimson Armor or Shadow Armor more. And the item you get from the chest in the dungeon. And the Mimic drops from the hard mode Evil Mimics. Those are the main differences between the world evils. Crimson stuff being better is debatable. It depends on the stage of the game and what you want to accomplish. Is hard mode words better? The thing is, Putrid Scent as a ranger is going to enable you to get your second scope late game for the extra 10% damage, 10% crit, which is not a meaningless accessory. Coast Darts and even Coast Flames. The Dart Rifle is better than the Dart Pistol. Putrid Scent's main edge is being used for accessories like the Recon Scope. Ichor is better, but you can get Ichor very easily with an artificial biome, so it doesn't matter which one you have. What matters are the drops you get from the mimics, the pre-hard mode items, and the item from the dungeon. Those are the relevant differences, because you can very easily get the alternative world evil things through an artificial biome by buying seeds from the Dryad. So, like, yeah, I think Ichor is a better debuff than Cursed Flames, but you can get Ichor very easily in a Corruption world, so it doesn't really matter if it's better. Yeah, no, the probes are a good thing. And, like, you could be doing this with an actual weapon. If, like, you're seeing me do this, like, you could just have the exact same build I have, but you could be using an actual weapon. And the Destroyer would have been dead 15 minutes ago. Magic Mirror or Ice Mirror? I usually just use recall potions, outside of situations where I run out of them, like challenges like this. I usually get the Magic Mirror more, so I end up using the Magic Mirror. Because I just am in the underground biome more often. But given the choice, I would just use, recall potions. Is that every probe? No, there's still a couple more. It's not a little faster to Vorak, they're a lot faster. They are almost instantaneous, whereas the mirror takes quite a while to use. Yeah, I know I do more damage to the head, but it's rather risky getting close to the head. And my opportunities to hit it are really few and far between. Recall pots are faster, but my mirrors are infinite. Yes, but you get, like, 60 to 70 recall potions over the course of just looting chests in a regular playthrough. And that's like a lowball number. I don't need to use recalls that often to the point that it really matters. Careful, the Destroyer almost hit you. Yeah, well, it's really difficult no-hitting the boss for this long, but I have a lot of experience with no-hitting things, so I think I can pretty comfortably no-hit this boss for the entire fight. I'm not too worried. You know, there'll be some close calls, but... Pro tip for wormhole potions, if you're in multiplayer and you need wormhole potions, wormhole potions are made at a 3-to-1 ratio of recall potions to bottles, oh sorry, of specular fish to bottles. If you shimmer recall potions, despite the fact that you get decreased numbers of the items that were used to craft the potions when shimmering them, I think you ultimately come out on top and make more wormhole potions, because you get more specular fish. No, the main reason people don't have wormhole potions is because they waste wormhole potions. Like, it's really not difficult to have a supply of wormhole potions. The problem is people take them like candy and waste them, and then they don't have them. Because you have a limited supply of them, and you get a lot in the early game, and then you don't really get much more as the game goes on, so you need to save them. Okay, we're almost 10k down. Oh no, the wizard. How long does this approximately take? I think the calculation was that it would take about 5 hours. As a rough guess based on the rate we've been dealing damage. Yeah, I can see him hitting the head sometimes when the 8 damage number pops up. Great thumbnail, what's with the probes forgetting about the y-axis? Oh, that's just their AI. If you sit still, probes go horizontal to you. They only follow you on the y-axis if you move on the y-axis. They want to go horizontal to you and shoot you. Similar to how if you just sit still, the twins will stay... Spasmatism stays directly horizontal to you unless he's dashing, and Retinator stays diagonally up to the left of you, at least in the first phases. And Prime will just stay above you unless he's spinning. Most bosses... A lot of bosses have like a default position to you that they try to maintain. And you don't really notice it unless you sit still. But like Skeletron and Skeletron Prime, they stay above you. They don't try to get anywhere else except above you. They don't even try to hit you unless they're spinning. The twins mostly stay Spasmatism to the left, the Retinator diagonally up. The probes from the Destroyers stay horizontal to you. And just run at you. Because their movement only follows you on the y-axis if you move on the y-axis. Yeah, we're dealing damage quite effectively. It'll actually probably be less than 5 hours. But then again, the probes are taking some damage. They will die. And our efficiency at dealing damage may go down once the Destroyer... You're thinking... Destroyer with Flying Knife is a piece of cake? Yeah, like, if you have the exact same build that I have with 110 defense, and you just bring, like, fetid Bagnacks, the Destroyer will get absolutely eviscerated. Even on Master Mode, because, like, you'll take slightly more damage per hit, but it's totally reasonable to just annihilate him. Destroyer is one of the more difficult bosses to no-hit, given the quantity of laser spam that he has. Particularly with the probe. A lot of difficult to predict elements. You were stuck with Adamantite. This is... So, Frost Armor has the highest defense of chest and leggings, and then Helmet, Titanium has one more. Although I think, you know, realistically, you don't want to optimize pure defense. It's better to swap out one or two of the pieces for something that deals better damage, I think. I've been talking with Baconfry about it, but I have no damage benefits whatsoever, so there is nothing I care about except defense. You focus taking out the probes? Yeah, if you have a tanky build, you can kind of just ignore the probe, and they help you iframe things, but a lot of people neglect probes, especially in multiplayer, I found. I don't know if you're noticing this, the lasers are bugging out sometimes, and they're just, like, sitting there in midair. There was a laser that was just hanging vertically. Like, it's right there, too. You see that? It's kind of difficult to see because the Deathweed planters are red as well. But it's like an incredibly... It's like a Zapinate laser that shows up sometimes. And yes, that pink stream going horizontally, that's just lasers. Oh wait, it's traveling motion. Hey, what? I'm trying... Damn it. Yeah, unfortunately, this kind of fight is not one I can read during. Have I used the Peddler Satchel? I haven't, actually. Hold on. That's a good idea. We get to the Shimmer in time? I think we could. I think we could. The Destroyer will never despawn in this seed unless I... Unless I die. Or leave the game. Okay. Let's go get that satchel. I believe. Should have taken a potion of return. I believe. Okay. Satchel obtained. Oh, we had plenty of time to spare. Pumpkin. Greater healing potion. Pumpkin pie. Deep's meter. Blood mummy banner. Wiring. And what's here? Oh yeah, I figured out what it was that causes heart statues to sometimes overload the amount of hearts they spawn. From my call. It's because if there's 200 items dropped in the world, the limit is ignored. For whatever reason. And it can just spawn in unlimited amount, essentially, I think. Huts over here. What's the easiest mech? They're all easy. I think Climb's the easiest for general playthroughs. But none of them are really difficult. Game only counts the number of huts in the first 200 item slots. Yeah, that. So if you have more than 200, it can just keep spawning them until the... just forever, I guess? Because I've noticed it happens sometimes, where sometimes they'll just not stop spawning huts, but I never knew why it was. Yeah, if we were on Master Mode, this really wouldn't be going that different, it would just be taking longer. Oh no, I think Prime is going to be annoying for this playthrough, but I think in normal playthroughs, I usually consider Prime the easiest. Or like when I was doing Copper Short Sword only, Prime was an absolute joke. Like, the Destroyer is mildly threatening because no matter how tanky you get, you'll still take damage from his head. And he also has a lot of HP. The Twins are dangerous because no matter how tanky you get, Spasmatism's Coast Inferno will still do a lot of damage to you. And you can't really just face tank Spasmatism. Retinator is kind of a joke, but Spasmatism is dangerous. But Prime doesn't really have very dangerous elements. Like, yeah, he'll deal damage to you if he spins his head on you, but, like, it's really easy to avoid that. And when he's not spinning, his head does not do much damage. And, like, his laser's kind of annoying during normal playthroughs, but if you're tanky, you can just tank the laser. His bomb deals a lot of damage, but it's easy to avoid. I think in the previous low damage runs, yes, doing this, Prime I think would be able to despawn like Skeletron. I think Prime was the only mech boss that I fought on Master Mode during Flare Gun only. I think I did the Twins and Destroyer on Expert Mode in Flare Gun. And in Copper Short Sword, Prime took the least time and was the easiest by far. I think Destroyer took 5 hours in Copper Short Sword, Twins took like an hour and a half, and Prime took like 40 minutes. He really did not take very long. Now, if you're in For the Worthy, Prime is an absolute jackass because his bombs destroy blocks. And I think Prime is also the most difficult of the mech bosses to cheese. Cheesing Prime really relies on, I feel like, minecart loops or something. Destroyer is super easy to cheese, and Twins are very vulnerable to just, like, sitting in a box or using teleporters. Whereas cheesing Prime is not very easy. Have I seen the new flamethrower? No, nor do I want to see it. I do not want spoilers for the new update. All that's going to do is make me lose interest in the new update, which I've already largely lost because people have been spoiling things and I have no interest in hearing them. I always find Prime and Destroyer really easy and you struggle with the Twins. I don't know how you could watch, like, anything I've done and think that I want to hear spoilers about a new update with new content. It's a pretty recurring theme in everything I've ever done, that I do not like getting spoilers for knowing, just being given information that I didn't ask for. You know, you used to find the Twins the hardest, but now they're easy for you. The Twins are interesting. They're very easily fought with just, like, asphalt, or a box, or with vertical mobility. I feel like with the Twins, you typically go in a straight line, either straight up and down, or just running to the side. With the Destroyer, I think you usually fly in semicircles, and Skeletron Prime usually go in a circle around him. At least that's usually how I default to dodging them. The Twins are probably the most difficult of the mech bosses to keep track of. Yeah, around 5 hours. Because you have two independent AIs that are on their own timers. And most of Prime's AIs can just be ignored, and most of the Destroyer just kind of jumps together as a bulk. Just, oh yeah, they're just spam. I think particularly if you're doing the Twins without knockback immunity, being knocked back by Retinator into Spasmatism's dodging can be very dangerous, because Spasmatism DPS is very fast. You have to go to bed, can I tell you a bedtime story? Spasmatism dashing? Okay, so tip for Spasmatism dashing, what I usually do, I assume you mean phase 2 Spasmatism. He dashes 6 times every time he dashes, and the timing of it never changes. It is always the same regardless of his HP value. He does not speed up his dashes or do it more frequently as he gets lower on HP in his second phase. I usually jump up for maybe 3 dashes and then hop on like a slime mount or something and fall down for like 3 dashes. And then by the time you hit the ground, he'll be done dashing. Flying up in the air, counting the number of dashes he does, flying up in the air and then falling for the rest of them is a good way to avoid them. The coast flames are always what gets you. Yeah, I usually jump up and down and then try to bob and weave. Oh, unless you mean the flamethrower, in which case you kind of just run to the side. Or just get away from him. You were gone for like 20 minutes, looked like he hasn't even taken any damage? What do you mean? He's almost taken like... He's taken, what, 15,000 damage so far? That's so much damage. Oh, Flare Gun Destroyer was ridiculous. We popped out all of his probes so quickly. But, I think with Copper Short Sword and Flare Gun, I actually tried to kill the probes. Whereas in this, I've just been ignoring the probes. Because I wasn't building as tanky doing those. How long has this fight been going on for? I think like a little over half an hour. I haven't been counting. Oh, if you think this fight is going on forever. 37 minutes? Okay. It's here, tier 80. Oh, you know what I could do? I have an idea. I could put on just like the Rain World soundtrack. Get some better music up. So we can have something else to listen to. It's only 2 hours long, so we could put in other game soundtracks after too. How's that volume level? Too quiet? Too loud? No, I was gonna save and quit. How long did B take? Like 3 hours. Volume is good? Okay. Do flasks work? No, and the destroyer is immune to damage over time effects anyway. He's immune to all debuffs. But it's not melee damage. The Lawnmower is classless damage. It is not affected. Do you ever use Crystal Assassin Armor? I have used Crystal Assassin Armor once, which was during the no crafting run that I did. I think I used it as the armor set that I used in hard mode. I'm not a big fan of Crystal Assassin. I don't really like fighting Queen Slime much either. Not a fan of the dash. And the stats are okay. They're a little bit behind the tier 3 ore armor, but if I'm playing in a difficult challenge, I will probably spend the time to go for the tier 3 ore armor. And if I'm not doing a difficult challenge, I'll probably just use like Molten or Necro armor and then upgrade straight to Hollowed and skip the ores altogether. How am I not taking damage? I have 110 defense. Which is low. I should have slightly more defense. I think if I had a major well-fed buff, that would be 1 point. If I had the Ankh Shield, that'd be another 2 points. 113, and I should also have a Demon Heart for another 4 defense. 117, I think, should be the optimal defense. I'm only at 110. Endurance potions? Endurance potions don't give you defense. I also don't have them. The problem with endurance potions is they're very difficult to amass in large quantities, unlike regeneration and iron skin potions, which only take day bloom and rather easy to get materials. Getting enough armored cavefish to make hundreds of potions is a very long amount of time. Can't I just glue the left mouse button, sit back, and let nature take its course? I could tape down the attack button, but I do still have to be moving. And the problem is, I am still able to take damage because of the Destroyer's mouth. So I can't just AFK it, because he could deal damage to me. I'm not completely safe. So this is not a full AFK fight. I also have to move to readjust to where he is. Because he's not staying in a consistent location. I have to constantly readjust to go hit him. How much defense does the Destroyer have? I forget. I'm sure it's too much to penetrate with a Sharptooth necklace, but I am curious. Just... 30 or so for the body? Yeah, that's way too much. If he had, like, 20? I think we could penetrate with a Sharptooth. 30 for body, 35 for tail. Yeah, we can't get through that. That one segment with the tail. Oh, the probe is still on it? Yeah, the tail's difficult to hit. I can go for it, though. Does the tail even pop out of probe? I forget. Will I stop saying I'm not doing another one of these after this in the description or not? I don't know. I haven't thought about it that much. Let me know if at any point the music is too loud. Oh, the one near the head. It is a body segment? Okay. Music's fine? Okay. Hey, we're almost 20k down. I played Rainworld with soundtrack goes hard. Desert Bus in 2023? That's the one where you just drive a bus in the desert, right? I wish I could AFK this fight. Because it's quite, physically taxing on my hands. Holding down the button and also tapping the A and D keys repeatedly. Because that's what I'm doing here. I'm tapping A and D, and that's what's dealing damage. Raining in your town since you put on that soundtrack. Yeah, Rainworld is great music. It is a difficult and frustrating game sometimes, though, and it's not for everyone. But at the very least, it's very nice to listen to. I'm joking, it's raining IRL. I do love rain quite a lot. My sister and I have been thinking about redecorating the sunroom in her house. To just be a vibe. Because right now it's a little... I want to get back to where my bass statue is, because that extra 5 points of defense is nice to have. Because right now it's a little bit in disrepair. Need to repair it a bit. We're thinking like stringing out ambient lighting and putting like a noise machine. Great for watching things flop around and fall off the ledges? Yes. I wonder how long it'll take for that. How many to deal with the Moonlord's tentacle? We'll deal with that when we get there. Have I put any thought into how I'm going to deal with it? No. Am I going to? When I get there. Is the probe gone yet? No, it's still there. I'm sorry to report. My current build?
Tank.
What's my build for the rest of the game?
Tank.
I'm even gonna touch the Moon Lord's hands. We'll figure it out. I'm gonna put on max sound. You just started watching the stream and got jump scared by Tank. It's like Left 4 Dead all over again. You just took the... Why did... You didn't... I don't care, AT2 said. I didn't need to know that information. Why did... I think I did. I disagree. I also don't care what you think. Your opinion doesn't matter. You're meaningless. I should move those, statues more over here. Yo, Nub! Let's go pay Nub a visit. Hey, Nub. Oh, you dancing? Yo, he's doing the Nub shuffle. The Nubble. How you doing, man? Yo, level maker? A ruler? Grappling hook. Spiky ball? Oh. Rest in peace, Nub. Yeah, we've already ruined the speed run. I'm probably going to reset after this, Omega J. My next split is not going to be on track for Beat My PB. Avenge Nub? Okay, check in like 4 hours and we'll probably be there. Yeah, the probes are going to die before the Destroyer does. Unfortunate. At least some of them will. Maybe not all of them. Recommendations for fighting Golem in your Master Mode Ranger playthrough? Can I physically deal enough damage for a day? Hell no! This is on Don't Dig Up though, so there's no time limits. Is it in hardcore or just a regular playthrough? Like, how extensive does your preparation need to be? Can you afford to mess up? Personally, I think if you have trouble with Golem, the best thing to do would be to make an arena just outside of his chamber, and then summon him, and then use a recall potion set to a bed right outside of his arena. Or the Rod of Discord also works, or some Poikes. And then bring him out to a more open space that you can control a lot better. And with all the extra space, he's a lot easier. That's if you struggle with him. It's not necessary at all. Difficulty. Otherwise, I would probably shoot for... Nail Gun, Venus Magnum, Short Bow's okay, but a bit weak for that stage. Yeah, golems and raging is tied to the biome, not the temple. Stake Launcher is good, but Pumpkin Moon and Frost Moon are tiered at post golem, so I'm not going to give recommendations from them to kill things. I would also say, like, the Tsunami is good. Or the Eventide is good. Getting the Snowman Cannon is more work than killing Golem. Because Frostmoon and Pumpkin Moon are a lot harder than Golem. Did I finish reading at the Mountains of Madness? I did not, no. But this is not really a boss fight where I can read things, because I need to constantly be looking at the screen. Okay, past 100k. Pumpkin Moon is easy. After they revamped it, I mean, like, it's not super difficult, but, like, Ranger does not have very good crowd control options until after Golem, I feel like. With, like, easily accessible crowd control options. You've got, like, the nail gun, but, like, the stake launcher comes from Pumpkin Moon. Golem is also easy as shit. I think you use Platinum with Coin Gun. I mean, that will easily shred Golem, yeah. But, I mean, like, your good crowd control option would be, like, Stinger, Eventide, Aerial Bane. Pre-Golem, you've got, like, Exploding Bullet, Venus Magnum, High Velocity Bullet, Venus Magnum, Nail Gun. Rocket Launcher, Grenade Launcher are okay, but they're not very good. Like, 5+ hours, hope I'm prepared. Why would I not be? Oh yeah, Flamethrower. Flamethrower is good. That's right. Forgot about the Flamethrower. Superstar Shooter is really good, yeah. You do have to get the Falling Stars for it, though. Why doesn't anyone use it? Getting the ammo for it's kind of annoying. It's also mostly useless and for the worthy and get fixed for. Because nobody has yet made a video titled "This underrated Terraria weapon nobody uses is actually OP." This fight is taking a while as you get a better weapon? Well, what better weapon can I use, Jesse? Because, like, Melee just doesn't have good weapons for this point in the game. Like, there isn't a better weapon that I could get. What do you expect me to use? Yo, Wilbur going hard. Holy shit. Better fuel for the lawnmower? I guess that's true, yeah. I could upgrade to solid fuel. I've been working with, just coal for a while. But I really should upgrade. Yeah, shoreline threat music. Wow. I can feel the Leviathan. Is Calamity in 1.4? Yes. It is not in 1.4.4 though. I think Spirit Mod had also been updated to 1.4 recently, right? No, T-Mod is not in 1.4.4, but I don't know if they know that, which is why I was bringing it up. Beat Supreme Calamity with the Lawnmower? I don't think it's possible to. Because the problem with those fights is, like, the bosses are locked positionally. Like, I'm thinking of, like, this section of Supreme Calamities, like, the point where there's, like, the twins or whatever. And, like, they're locked horizontally, and you can't get close to them. Maybe with a teleporter you could, but... Unlike the twins in the actual game, they move much faster. Is this Rainworld music? Yes, this is the Shoreline threat music. All the threat music is really good. You can barely tank Supreme Calamities. That too, yeah. But this is a more convenient reason to explain why it's not possible. And why I don't want to do low damage Calamity things. Alright, we're about an hour in. We haven't really had to go to the ocean at all. Okay, do it with a flare gun if you can't with a lawnmower. I have an idea. A counter retort to that. No. That's my response. Calamity mod sucks for doing challenge runs on. The mod is already difficult as is, and low damage challenge is just miserable, because most of the bosses are kind of miserable to fight for long periods of time. I do not want to sit there with bosses that spit out really damaging minions and can barely be tanked with optimal gear for hours on end. Trying to kill them, especially because the number inflation is also ridiculous in Calamity mod. Supreme Calamity has, what, like 2 million HP or something? That's fucking absurd. I'm not gonna sit there for that. It already takes, like... Don't spam Miriam. I don't know what you're sending. It looks to be a blank message, but don't spam chat. Every big mod for any game has an enemy with 4 million HP. Found a new YouTube emoji? I feel like that one looks familiar, but I'm not sure. Oh, also, the Coast Not Safe for Work Steam game video got taken down for apparently violating YouTube's guidelines. See you now. I see you in 4 hours. You have it saved? I have the uncensored version still, which I might just like. I would just put it like regularly on Discord because there's like porn in it. But I'll probably link the censored version. Then we put the uncensored version, like the 18 plus channels or something. I don't know. What are you talking about? The Not Safe for Work Steam game video that I made. The final probe got popped? Nice. Oh no, I have the censored version too, I'm sure. Can the tail and the head be popped? I don't remember. They can't? Okay. Who knew sex with Hitler was inappropriate? The video, all things together, was not that inappropriate. It was pretty heavily censored. Sex with Hitler is a based game. It is not based. The game sucks. Like, yeah, there were sexual themes and comedy, but it was also an 18+ video. So room for infringing the B-movie copyright. You know somebody who idols that game and has thousands of hours in it? Yeah, bro, I'm just AFK in the porn game. No particular reason. Okay. Almost at 2,500 down. I mean, I don't care that much about it getting removed. It's not like the video was monetizable anyway. It just reminded me because that happened like this morning. But yeah, looking at this might give you an idea of why we fish for fin wings rather than try to kill wyverns. Now, we may still end up killing wyverns at some point. I don't really know, because the problem is these wings are not going to stay good forever, but we also don't really need wings for a while. Yeah, killing wyverns would be like this, but even more annoying, because wyverns deal way more damage. You also got, like, low grav and harpies and shit to deal with. And also much smaller, so it's harder to get hits on them. Usually download 18+ vids because you don't want to give YouTube your ID. You have to give YouTube your ID? I thought you said to, like, click a box that said you were over 18. Or, like, set your age on YouTube to be over 18. Change that? That is stupid. I would not want to give... Well, YouTube does have my ID because they pay me. But if I was just watching, I would not give YouTube my ID. It's probably using X. Any of y'all heard of Femboy Fishing? I've heard a few people bring it up. I forget if that's a channel or a game or what. No, that would be a silly law to have in place, totally not YN. I mean, the reason they ask for your ID is, like, to protect against liability on their end. Like, there are absolutely points in time you want to make sure somebody is over the age of 18. Particularly with websites that, like, have people creating adult content. It would be absurd if there was a law preventing asking IDs to make sure the person posting pictures of themselves on your website is over the age of 18. They shouldn't be able to protect themselves, then the internet wouldn't exist. Like, if websites were held liable for the conduct of their users and they had no way to protect themselves, they just wouldn't, because they would be punished for things they're not able to stop, and then there just wouldn't be websites. It's to protect kids as well. I feel like that's the reason they say, but it's not actually something they care that much about, because protecting kids affects their bottom line, and I don't think they really care that much about it. I think it's more that they want to appear like that for good publicity. Yeah, the laws are there to protect kids. Yeah, I'm not... They're there to comply with the laws, which are there to protect children. I just don't make any assumptions about the motivations of corporations beyond making money. Hey, no. Does Lawnmower benefit from damage bonuses? Not to my knowledge. You hate the protect the kids argument? That should be the parents' responsibility, then the YouTube only cares because advertiser percentage cares about YouTube to pay less. The only way to protect your kids online from the parents' end would be to stop them from using the internet, which just isn't really feasible without current culture regarding it. And, well, yeah, you don't want to let your kids do whatever the fuck they want on the internet. There's a difference between letting your kid freely go on whatever website they want and letting the kid go on, like, YouTube, which, like... A lot of schools will have YouTube videos as, like, part of homework. Like, go watch this video and write what you think about it. Or a lot of kids will go on YouTube to get help with homework or things. Like, just because parents should, like, try to make sure their kids don't have access to whatever they want on the internet, doesn't mean that YouTube should have no moderation on their platform, because parents should stop their kids from seeing it, because that's not reasonable. You can restrict they can only use YouTube Kids. YouTube Kids had... I know it had a big problem with inappropriate content getting on it. I don't know if it still does, but, like... You're making the argument of the parents need to protect their kids, but then the parents are going to use what YouTube is using to protect the kids to protect their kids. That logic seems kind of circular. Okay, you don't mind if YouTube puts in optional safeguards, just not safeguards that massively affect the experience for others? I mean, at the end of the day, it's their platform. They can do whatever they want with it. They don't have any responsibility to make sure things are good. And you're still on here using YouTube. Yeah, it's like porn websites having the checkbox when you enter, are you over the age of 18? Optional safeguards are pretty much completely meaningless. If you ask somebody on an honor system, are you over the age of 18 to see sensitive content, they will, regardless of whether they're over 18 or not. I think virtually nobody that wants to see the content behind the safeguard, regardless of their age, would answer no to that question. Yeah, we're almost 30k, which is 25% of the way there. I do not like the fact that the game stuttered there. Really don't appreciate it. I had a friend who would never watch porn because he was too scared to click the over 18 button until he was 18. Like, it's okay to throw kids in the internet, but only after explaining what could harm you out there. You don't have porn sites, and viruses, scam stuff, so legal things. The problem with kids is they like to think that they know things and that being warned about dangers, particularly when it comes to, like, dangers of being groomed or dangerous people, they like to think that adults are over-exaggerating these dangers and not listen, because I've seen it many times when trying to warn kids about these sorts of things. So warnings, while some people might take it to heart, largely would just be ignored, I feel like. I don't think it's a bad idea to give them the warning by any means. It certainly wouldn't hurt. But I wouldn't expect a warning of things like that to have a great effect on their ability. Because, like, you'd be like, okay, don't press links you don't trust, don't download anything, don't run exe files, but then they're like, okay, well, I trust this one, or this one looked good to me, or something like that. I feel like giving them free reign after giving them warnings like that wouldn't, be a good idea. I mean, I know I got into a lot of things that I should not have gotten into at my age when I was on the internet as a kid. Alright, back down below 90k. Did whatever you wanted on chat the entire time and you're fine. Well, that's because the things that you want to say are reasonable things. See, there are some people who want to say things that are racist, or sexist, or just very unpleasant, or vulgar, or Among Us, and any of those things are completely inappropriate. When I was 17 minutes, it was 30k. Yeah, 5 hours sounds about right. No, this is on Don't Dig Up. This is Get Fixed Boy. That's why parents should install content blockers for their routers to block kids from seeing stuff. How tech savvy do you think most parents are? More education on tech by Wi-Fi companies? I doubt they would want to spend that money unless they were forced to, and even then, people still wouldn't listen. Like, people can live in this bubble around other people who are technologically proficient and operate under the assumption that the vast majority of the population are technologically proficient. They are not. A lot of people struggle to do very basic technological things, especially as you get into the older generations. But even with people that are like 30, 40, 50 years old, people who have kids now, a lot of them are not very technologically proficient and struggle to do things as simple as, like, changing the background on their phone, or changing their ringtone in the settings, or getting the correct apps downloaded and synced up, or things like that. The other thing is, like, one of the worst case scenarios would be having laws in place that hold the companies or individuals that host websites responsible for all of the content that is put on the website. Which is not how things are, and there have been laws proposed like that before, and they would be just, like, completely murder the internet, because being completely responsible for all user-generated content would just lead to there not being user-generated content, because people would be held liable for things and then fined or arrested, and the user doing it would be able to do it pretty much wherever they wanted, and then websites would just get shut down or refuse to host that content. In hindsight, you're pretty lucky you never got a phone until high school and took a pretty long time to figure out how to change your wallpaper. Can't get forest pylon or get fixed for you in the forest layer. I don't know how the forest pylon works on get fixed for you, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not super familiar with get fixed boys things. There are a lot of things you don't know how to do on your phone, though when it comes to PCs, you're proficient. That's fair, yeah. No, not no. There's a lot of things. Your friends turn scarier than ghosts when you just kill a shiny butterfly at daytime. The Empress of Light? There's a difference between being held somewhat responsible and being held fully responsible for user-generated content. Like, sorting out things pretty well is nice, but if anything passed through, they would be held liable for the content posted, which would just lead to them not hosting content. Or would lead to the vast majority of things not hosting content, especially smaller websites that can't afford to, like smaller forums and things, which don't necessarily have the resources to have, filtering like that. But big companies can do it. Even if they could do it, that would lead to an internet that is entirely controlled by large corporations that can afford to do the content filtering, and any small websites that try to host user-generated content would be completely unable to. How long have I been playing Terraria? Like still have indie websites that aren't affected by this because it's not a law that's in place. It's not a thing that's happened. I said it's something that's been brought up and tried to happen in the past. I think an AI-controlled internet is far more dystopian than you're depicting, Ronald. Decentralization should be the focus of the future internet. If it's not profitable, it's not going to be the focus of the future internet. Like, it's nice to say what things should be, but the reality that we live in is that the internet is largely on the backbone of very large corporations like Amazon and Google, and they're not going to make pushes like that if it's not profitable for them. AI is 21st century snake oil? I disagree. I think it has a very large amount to offer. Most of it is going to fundamentally change the way that a lot of things work. Open source isn't profitable a lot of the time, and it still exists. It is not the norm with large corporations like Microsoft, Google, and Amazon, which are the ones that decide how most of the content on the internet is. Like, yes, some people do, but the majority of the internet is going to be determined by what the large backbones of the internet are, and, like, those do not have open source things. And it's not about whether or not it's profitable. We also didn't talk about open source. We talked about decentralization. Decentralization, what I assume that to mean, is essentially the antithesis of what Google and Amazon are doing to the internet. Well, like, as of now, a very large amount of the internet runs off of Google's framework, or Chromium for most browsers, or the conflicted censoring places where extremist views are popular, as in places like 4chan. The more you shut them down, the more they sink deeper down. Well, elaborate on what you mean by decentralization, Bob. Because I'm not sure I entirely understand what you mean by that term. I'd like to clear what exactly you mean by that. Because I don't entirely understand how it can be a term mostly interchangeable with open source. That ship's already sailed, Bob. I don't think that's possible. The internet already is, run by capitalist interests, and I find it exceedingly unlikely that would change for the internet as a whole. It's 2 a.m. Alright, good night. Oh, wait, no, you're gonna sleep at 5 a.m. Okay. Well, I think the Destroyer will still be alive, but almost dead at 5 a.m. Decentralized means having one host. Okay. That's what I assumed. I don't get how that's interchangeable with open source. Okay, you're saying that software or websites that operate under that principle are largely open source. That's... Yes, lawnmowers are great at worms. That's what you're saying, though? Why am I doing this to myself? I haven't mowed the grass in a little while. The HOA's been getting on me about it. Not half an hour. 1.5 hours. Oh, unless you... Oh, wait, no. 15k in half an hour. Yeah, that sounds right. mowing the grass for a long time. I got a big yard. Big worms. I know that it's not interchangeable. The way you had phrased it made it sound like you were saying the two were one and the same, which is what I was confused about, which is why I had asked for clarification. I did get a $5 donation yesterday, that is true. Healthy merchant? Where is he? Is he up there? I don't think I can get to the traveling merchant. Yeah, I just don't think that's going to happen, Bob. I'm not against trying, but I think it's a pipe dream that's completely unrealistic in the current world we live in. Yeah, one, I don't live in the EU. Two, I don't really care what a regulatory body claims to be able to do, or might possibly do in the future. I care what it actually does. And yeah, they can fine corporations. They can potentially threaten to ban websites from operating within those countries. Is that going to cause the websites to change? That it's going to cause them to not operate in those countries? Those questions haven't been answered for the large part. I think it would be silly to place trust in some, essentially, body of people that I do not know nor live with to change something fundamental about the internet. I do not have faith in the EU. I do not have trust in the EU. Might they do something? It's possible. Do I think it's likely? No. At least not something that would grossly change the backbone of the internet in the way that you've been describing. There are laws the EU passes that need to affect every EU citizen, no matter where they live, so it affects and makes the law global. If the companies are not based in the EU, all that really is going to happen there is they might get fined or blocked in the EU. There's a very big difference between fundamentally changing a large part of how the internet works and clicking on a disclaimer to allow cookies. The same principle that EU is able to change the internet if they want to. I think painting the European Union as some saviors of the internet is completely unrealistic. and is a stretching of what they would actually do. It's fantasizing their regulatory power, and is not really a reasonable assessment of how they would actually do things, in my opinion. Currently, there are laws proposed for a better and fairer social media. Have those laws passed? If they haven't passed, I don't really care. People propose a lot of laws, doesn't mean they get passed. Changing the status quo is very, very difficult. And I think while it's not impossible, I think it's just completely unrealistic to expect the EU to be able to grossly change the status quo of the internet. That, like, I don't think there's really anything that you could say that would change my opinion on that. Unless they actually did something to grossly affect the way that things are regularly. I'm sure corporations, if pressed with the option of losing the market, they would weigh whether or not the changes that are being forced upon them are worth losing them as a market. Because the extent of the changes that you're suggesting may very well, for these corporations, just be worth not operating in those countries and only operating in, like, America and Asia and Africa. Because you're not suggesting minor changes, you're suggesting things that would probably grossly affect the profit margins of, like, Google and Amazon. No, lawnmowers can't quit. I also don't think there's really that much to be had in continuing this conversation, as I think it's rather clear that I don't think my opinion on that is going to change at the present, unless further evidence is obtained. And arguing about it really doesn't really serve much purpose, as it seems we've already made our opinions on the matter clear. And it would largely just be repeating the same things over and over again. So I got a better question. Pizza toppings. Best one. Go. Personally, I am a massive fan. There is this pizza restaurant near me that anchovies, get the fuck out of here. Pepperoni. Pepperoni's good. Kind of basic, but it's good. No, you get out of here, 8217. Anchovies are not the best pizza topping. You can go to hell. Black olive person? I've never really had black olive pizza much. Combinations work too. You can give a combination pizza as your choice. Only choice is pepperoni. Pepperoni is very basic. It's very good. It's hard to go wrong with pepperoni. The main thing I don't like about pepperoni pizza is it tends to get rather greasy at some pizza joints. Old World pepperoni and black olives. You hate pineapple? I'm not a fan of pineapple, on pizza or otherwise. Old World pepperoni. Is that like the thinner one? I think I know what you're talking about, Melly, but I'm not positive. You literally only have pizza with anchovies. If you order a different pizza, you'll always add anchovies. Who hurt you? AT217. Nah, I don't like pineapples. Topping and jello is kind of hit or miss. So what I personally really like... Yeah, I know that one, Melly. That stuff's really good. I don't like how oily pepperoni gets. Am I just face tanking it? Yeah. I mean, sometimes it'll hit me with its face like that, in which case we have to, take a sec to heal. Best topping is no topping, just vanilla, pizza, cheese, and tomato sauce and some herbs. It's not bad. When I was in college, there was a pizzeria right next to my apartment sophomore year that had every Sunday, you could get large cheese pizza for $10, and I would just get a pizza, like, most Sundays. And it's a large pizza. I'd eat it for, like, 2 days. It'd be, like, $5 a day for food. And it was pretty good pizza, too. Yeah, that's it, Ryson. But personally, I think one of my favorite pizzas, is there's a pizzeria near me. Duck is really good on pizza. I've never had duck pizza. There's a pizzeria near me that has this barbecue chicken pizza that I really like. It's like... So, it's really expensive. It's like $4.50 a slice or something. Maybe even $5 now. And the whole pie is like 30 or 40 bucks. But it's like an incredibly densely packed pizza. The whole thing is just like filled with barbecue... like breaded barbecue chicken. With barbecue sauce as the sauce. And like a slice or two and you're filled up. And it's just, it is incredible. You have to be in a certain mood for that. That's fair. The main reason I don't get it much is it's expensive. Because it's really densely packed on there. I don't know how they spell it, AT217. Unless you mean, how do you spell it, the word, in which case it's spelled with a C, not a Q. Have I ever said my sister is ugly, but other people say she's beautiful? What? I am a sucker for, barbecue flavorings, though. Like pulled pork, pulled chicken. I really like barbecue stuff. Whether it's vinegar-based or more of like a sweet sauce. I'm personally more partial to like, sweet sauces than vinegar-based barbecue stuff. But I'm not against a good vinegar sauce. Oh, pizza now, same. Ketchup is gross. Ketchup is very inoffensive. I don't think ketchup is gross, but it's basically just a sweet sauce that can be paired with most things, and they just taste sweeter. And because of the sugar, people like putting it on them. Generally, I don't mind putting ketchup on burgers, hot dogs, or fries that are not very good. Because it's very inoffensive. I know some people that put ketchup on, like, steak or salmon. Oh shit, no. God, no. But I don't mind ketchup as, like, a side, especially with blander fries. Or burgers that don't have that much flavor in the first place. Like, you get, like, fast food stuff. Ketchup in grapes? What the fuck? Yeah, ketchup is very inoffensive. It doesn't have a whole lot going on. Inside grapes? What the fuck? Have I ever tried shawarma? I haven't, no. Not really sure what shawarma is, I'm not gonna lie. Running Five Guys fries with ketchup is heavenly. Five Guys fries are very good. They go well with ketchup. You're not a fan of tomatoes, but you really don't like ketchup? Oh, that reminds me. If you've never had it before, like grape tomatoes, pro cooking tip. If you get like a thing of grape tomatoes or cherry tomatoes, the small ones, you cut them in half, you put some olive oil and seasoning on them, and then you roast them in the oven at like 450 for like 20 minutes. They're really good. It's the best thing ever, and very much because of its awesome sauce. What is it? Oh, another pro tip, if you're ever making, like, grilled cheese, or you're ever toasting bread on a pan, or just putting bread on a pan, you should put the butter on the bread before you put it on the pan, and not, put butter in the pan, and then expect that to work as well. If you're gonna visit post-USSR, make sure to give it a shot. It's literally everywhere here. What is it, though? Only thing, better thing is dono. There was a dono shop near my college. I never ended up going to it. I think Dono Bros or something. But I've heard it was really good. Holy shit! It's the song. It's the sheer ice torrent. This truly is a sheer ice torrent. Dono is disgusting. Much fat, cheap meat. It might depend on the place you get it from. I don't know if it's... Some places use lower quality meat. What is shawarma, though? Like... I don't know what it is. It's lamb? But what... Like, what is it? Like, I don't know what shawarma is at, like... I've heard of it, but I don't know what it's a wrap. Okay. McDonald's roll, but actually good with a godly sauce, lots of grilled meat. Okay, so like it's a wrap with grilled meat and vegetables in it, with a special sauce. Yeah, it's a sheer iced one. Middle Eastern burrito. Okay. I didn't know McDonald's had rolls. I don't really go to McDonald's ever. If I go to fast food, because like, okay, the fast food restaurants I would go to, I don't go to fast food restaurants very much, because they're kind of expensive, and I usually cook a lot. What the fuck is... Took a while to come back. I feel like a restaurant like McDonald's, I would basically never go to, because I just have better options. And McDonald's is not that cheap and it's expensive. Fast food in America sucks. It depends on the fast food joint. Some fast food places have really good food. Some of them don't. McDonald's, complete shit. But something like Cookout. Cookout's got some good fucking food. Five Guys is really good, but it's expensive as hell. Bojangles, Popeyes. Sure there's I think there's another good chicken restaurant that I'm forgetting. Not like KFC. KFC is not that good. But Popeyes, Bojangles, great chicken. Shawarma is a hit or miss. Some places use disgusting meat. Cane's? I've never really been to Cane's very much. Not too many around here. With Wendy's or Sonic. I'm not a... Wendy's is okay. I don't like Wendy's that much, but I'll go for it sometimes. Never really been to Sonic much. Oh, they just got all the best tracks back to back. I wonder if they're just playing things in the jukebox back to back, because Veiled North Star is right next to, Sheer Ice Torn in the jukebox. Look, slow laser. I like Veiled North Star a lot, too. England is really good curry because it's so connected with India. Yeah, I know England is curry's really big there. I've made some curries, vegetable curries usually, in my slow cooker. They're really good. This is just It's not the jukebox, because it had the threat music, and the threat music isn't in the jukebox. Right? This is just like a 2-hour-long video of Rainworld's soundtrack. Imagine living in a town you don't even have a McDonald's or a Burger King. It doesn't sound like you're missing out on much. McDonald's and Burger King kind of suck. Vegetable curries are usually what Indians eat. Yeah. They're good. It's really easy to make. You just throw a bunch of vegetables in there. Go actual restaurants and fast food. Yeah, especially with the rising prices of fast food. A lot of times it's a similar price just to go to an actual restaurant. Like, there's this Peruvian chicken place near where I live. It's got fucking incredible chicken. It kind of stresses me out, though, because the people in there are two things. One, the people in there recognize my sister, so she doesn't like going in there to order, because she feels like it's awkward being recognized at the restaurant. Because she used to order there a lot a couple years ago, when she was dating her ex, because her ex really liked it. And they recognize her, and it's awkward. So then I have to go in there to order, and it's always the people that don't really speak English super well. And it's also loud, it's cramped, there are a lot of people in there all the time. Just spooky. I don't like it. Okay, the probes are starting to get low on HP, which is going to be unfortunate. In England, you don't really get fast food, takeaway stuff. There's a lot of independent shops. Being noticed in restaurants is a good thing for you? Why? What is the benefit? How will I beat Moonlord? We'll figure out when we get there. Why not at the Moonlord? When you used to work at your parents' restaurant, you usually went to Taco Bell afterwards and they started to recognize you. You ended up getting a lot of free food. You don't understand the Starbucks trend? I'm not a big coffee drinker, so I don't really get it. No, the way we did it in Copper Short Sword won't work because of the Lawnmower's movement requirements. We'll have to find something different. Probably similar, but the exact strategy there wouldn't work out. Like, remember your orders. I usually just like order online if I can. I don't like being recognized. I used to work at a grocery store that had a Starbucks in it, and I would just get like a free water from the people that worked there at the end of the day. That would be about it. Your family's gonna experiment with the semi-new pressed chocolate, since it supposedly has better benefits to coffee without any ungodly levels of caffeine. Wait, what is pressed chocolate? I've never heard of that before. Starbucks does kind of suck. Take normal cocoa beans and prep it like you would coffee. What do you mean it has its sounds? What? It just sounds like you're pressing cocoa beans into like a square. I don't know what pressed chocolate. But okay. You're pressing the beans. It's using cocoa beans instead of coffee beans? Is that what it is, basically? Have I heard of compressed marshmallow? I have not. What is that? A local granny from Shawarma restaurant knows you since you were in middle school. I don't like the idea of that. I don't like being recognized. Gonna make a tea? Okay, I mean, I'm not gonna wait. I'm just gonna be sitting here doing the same thing I've been doing for like 2 hours. But have fun. That way I don't use a face cam because I don't want to be recognized? No, I just think it would be awkward having a face cam on because there's not any reason to have a face cam on. I don't make very exciting expressions. Chocolate apparently has a lot of innate health boosters, and most people just spike it with ungodly amounts of sugar. I have before when there's been reasons for it, like in the hot tub stream, or when I was doing like blindfolded stuff. But there's not any reason to when I'm sitting here with like no expression on my face for 5 hours. Yo, my boy Grodax. Do I follow any sports? No, I'm not into sports. Is there anyone using 2 phones? I have multiple phones. Sports is objectively bad, anyone who disagrees isn't real. No, I mean, sports are fine, I just don't really care about them. I mean, it's entertainment. People are welcome to watch it. What I don't understand are people who like sports games like FIFA that come out every year. That's what I don't get. Or like the new NBA games that get rehashed every year. I don't understand how people play those. Yeah, FIFA itself is kind of a shitty organization. Kind of's an understatement. I'm just not really into any sports. I don't really follow anything. Ah, it's your ruffle. We killed some of the probes. Can't tell. Do I work out, go running or anything? Not really. I do stuff on the dance pad. I already know when you watch the news there's any mention of sports. As soon as weather or sports come on, you're out. I like hearing about the weather. I like knowing what the weather's going to be like, especially if it's going to rain, because then I can plan my day to observe the rain. Or like, hey, it's gonna be 85 degrees tomorrow, so that way I know in the morning, you know, open the windows, let in cold air, get some airflow going, so we use less money on AC and cooling. You don't have hurricanes or anything dangerous here. Yeah, Fahrenheit, not Celsius, centerpiece, please. I should do a video stream beating Terraria with my feet. I've done it with a dance pad, which is basically beating it with my feet. You know what sports is how much emotion you feel when your team does good or bad. Yes, it's a very, social activity, where you bond both with other people that support your team and you feel a connection to your team itself. So I wonder if our completion rate is going to be similar for the other mech bosses, too. That's where you don't get, there's a non-human company making money off sports, of all things, you should feel an attachment to that. I mean, not all sports have large companies like, FIFA or, the NBA or, all the football sponsors and things attached to them, but a lot of them do. But you feel attachment to the people. Just because a corporation is making money off of it doesn't mean the people involved who are also making money off it, you can't feel an attachment to them. I mean, people make money off of movies. I still feel emotional attachments to the characters in the movies, even though they're not real. Because a lot of the times there's, you know, stories that unfold with sports. On a scale of 1 to incomprehensible screaming, how am I enjoying this? I don't know, maybe like a 5. I mean, there's no harm in supporting sports. It's not... Like, I don't like them. I'm not a sports person, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I mean, most of the time, it's fairly harmless competition between two groups, and you choose one group to support, and you get happy if they win and sad if they lose. I don't really think there's anything, like... Something at negative 30 Celsius. I think the most I've been out in maybe is like negative 20 Fahrenheit. Which is not that far from negative 30 Celsius. During like really cold winters when I used to live far up north. Maybe it was only like negative 10, I forget exactly. But I remember some really fucking cold winters. That got decently negative. Most have been out in 0 degrees. Canadians use a ritual to channel the entire Canadian population's anger into their geese and moose. I used to live in New Hampshire, which is right next to Canada, and the weather is very similar to what it was in Canada, especially since I was in a rural area. So I'm pretty familiar with what the weather's like up there. Welcome to Ukraine, you can experience plus or minus 40 depending on the season. I'm really not looking forward to once the probes start dying out. You feel like you're watching a moving absurdist painting. Well, she has like 9. You live in like the Middle East, right, Shark Tales? Like one of the something over there? Yeah. My favorite animal? I like reptiles. I don't know if I really have a favorite reptile. It's hard for me to pick favorites. Why do I care about the probes dying? The probes do almost no damage, and they're causing me to get iframes pretty much constantly, which is causing, like, right here, most of the destroyer's head hits to miss me, because I have iframes. I only get scratched from them occasionally. Once the probes die, I'm going to be getting a lot less iframes, and I'm going to have to pay a bit more attention to avoiding the destroyer's head. I didn't hear watch Clockwork Orange. I have not done that recently, but I remember quite a while ago I watched Clockwork Orange. You own a gecko? I have a gecko too. Geckos are cool, snakes are cool, amphibians are cool. Birds are cool too. Good old avian reptiles. Passed of old age last year. That's unfortunate. We get a ton of those just out naturally, DJ. Like, they will be swarming the houses. There's one that's been a green one. Has been all over the windows all over our sunroom. Yeah, we get so many of them around here naturally. Yeah, there are a lot of really cool reptiles. I like crested geckos. I like really cool looking animal that's unfortunately not a great pet to own because they get rather stressed with any kind of handling, and they also don't like being out on display. Red-eyed crocodile skinks. Absolutely beautiful animals. Let's see some skinks and the occasional venomous snake. I see, Mac. Armadillo lizards? I'm not familiar with armadillo lizards, I don't think. I don't know if I know what you're talking about. Context, Erica. I can't read. I can't parse that sentence. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be saying. How did I beat Skeletron? With great difficulty. Dude was a jackass. Kept despawning. You seen one snake in your life, no other reptiles? You said you're Canadian, right? Yeah, they're more tropical. I remember we get garter snakes up in New Hampshire a lot, but other than that, I don't remember seeing much snakes when I lived, many reptiles when I lived up there. Hey, bad name. Spiky boys that latch onto their own tails? Huh. There were a ton of, lizards and turtles and frogs that live all over my sister's house. Bearded dragons are cool. Honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of bearded dragons. I've owned a bearded dragon in the past, and they're cool. But I feel like they're kind of mid, honestly. Do you have any favorite movie, book, cartoon, monster? Favorite monster? I don't know. I never really thought about that before. Or maybe a game one. Let me think about that. I'm really bad at picking favorites, but I can go through some ones that I like. I feel like as far as like TV shows, the first run of Weeping Angels on Doctor Who were really, like that episode is incredible, Blink. It does time death, yeah. And since then, they've really been diminished. I haven't watched Doctor Who in quite a while. But they're a really neat concept and a really, cool idea. But I feel like they've been kind of generalized since then and lost a lot of their initial appeal. Just say Cthulhu, you like Lovecraftian horror for the creatures alone? I feel like the specific designs of the creatures in Lovecraftian horror are not the reason that I would say I like Lovecraftian horror. I feel like it's more the general sense of cosmic dread. That's the strong point of the books, and not the specific designs. I mean, they're cool looking a lot of the times, very interesting. But I think the cosmic dread and horror is more enticing than the specific technically semi-amphibious designs. The dragons? Oh, dragons are really cool. Very attractive, too. A lot of fantasy monsters... It's tough because when you get into, like, fantasy monsters like that, there are just so many cool ones that it's really difficult to pick favorites. Do you think I'll still be fighting Destroyer in 7 hours from now? No, I think we've probably got about maybe 3 hours left. Why am I dodging? The Destroyer has a head. Also, I'm not... Well, the head will hit me sometimes, and, I also need to reposition myself to be hitting the Destroyer. I can't just sit still, because I need to constantly move to get back to where his, body parts are. Being scraped by the head is inconvenient. It happens sometimes. Been going for 2 hours 15 minutes. Oh, that's actually less time than I thought. We're exceeding our or not exceeding. Going faster than our original time estimate. Probably going faster than your legendary mode playthrough. I really don't like the stuttering. Hold on. How are we on the... Okay, there's about half an hour left on the Downpour soundtrack. Wait. No, did we finish... I think maybe I was watching the original soundtrack at first, and then the video ended, and then we switched to the Downpour soundtrack. I've been trying it as that before, yeah. This isn't... you're on Worthy. I mean, the thing is, people play at their own pace, and sometimes it's fun playing slowly. While I'm trying to kill the destroyer, you just killed Terra 10 times, I imagine what that means. About, a little over 2 hours to do it. But a skilled player could do it. $20 getting all the 300 bosses done, now you're at 70 hours and you're on hard mode. I mean, there's nothing wrong with playing slowly. What's the best video game soundtrack? I don't know. I'm really bad at picking favorites. I can say soundtracks that I like, but I'm bad at picking favorites, so I can't tell you the best one. Celeste has a good soundtrack. Hollow Knight has a good soundtrack. That small indie game that I had played when I was doing the Path of Pain, that game's soundtrack. I think Dungreed, that's a good soundtrack. Rainworld, that's a really good soundtrack. See, the thing is, if you're bad at the game, trying to go too fast will end up causing you to go slower. Because it takes... Constantly trying to do something quickly and messing up is faster than just biting the bullet and, like, building a good arena. Or doing a lot of preparation with potions and doing it on the first try that you try it. There's no actual way? What do you mean, Lemon? Have I encountered the Mechdusa? I'm not planning on Get Fixed Boy. I have done Mechdusa on other worlds. But since this is, don't dig up and not Get Fixed Boy, Mechdusa is not on this seed. We are not going to fight Mechdusa with a lawnmower. Mechdusa lawnmower only. It would just take so fucking long. Like, I'm sure it's doable, because you could tank it similarly to how I'm tanking things now, but it would just be insanely long. I mean, the tanking would be more difficult, because she does more damage, but... The equivalent of a 20-page math assignment in 8th grade, it's not exactly hard, but it's so fucking long. Yeah. I mean, there will be some bosses that are, like, difficult to execute, like the Wall of Flesh. That was not easy. That took a lot of attention being paid. And we did not have a lot of space left in the world when we killed it. But things like this, it's just long. Like, that's the thing with a lot of these, is they're not even... Any given moment is not particularly difficult to execute with most of the bosses. Now, bosses like Duke Fishron, Daytime Empress, Moonlord are generally difficult to execute, and you also have to do it for a long period of time. But things like this, it's just slow. How do I still live? Do you mean how am I tanking this effectively? I have 110 defense. I have the titanium mask, frost chestplate, frost leggings. All of my accessories are reforged to warding. I have a Berserker glove, flesh knuckles, and an obsidian shield. I also have a bat statue, iron skin potion, and food buff. I'm actually down an accessory slot because while we're playing on expert mode right now, I haven't actually consumed a demon heart. I should have more defense because we couldn't kill the wall of flesh on expert mode. We had to do it on classic, so I don't actually have a demon heart. So we're gonna be missing an accessory slot. Have I got the Torch God's blessing? On this character, no. I'm not really a big fan of Torch God. I find it rather boring. And I also don't really care that much about the benefit that it gives you. But I've done it with other characters. Isn't Torch God legally considered a boss? In the bestiary, the Torch God is considered a boss. Nothing else really considers the Torch God a boss. It is classified in the bestiary as a boss enemy. It does not have a health bar, it does not drop a relic, it does not have a treasure bag. By no other metric would you consider the Torch God to be a boss. But the bestiary does classify it as well. One-minute endurance fight? God damn, how the fuck does anyone do that? 1 minute? Am I gonna do Empress of Light with Lawnmower? I don't know. The tough thing about the Empress is her AI is very much so focused on keeping her above you. She really doesn't stay at your level. She wants to stay above you, and it was really difficult doing her with Copper Short Sword. I don't know if we'd be able to do it with Lawnmower and be able to deal damage to her. That's what I'd be concerned about. I certainly wouldn't do Daytime Empress. I mean, I did Daytime Empress with Copper Short Sword. I would not do it with Lawnmower. I don't think that would be possible. Dread Nautilus Lawnmower only? I mean, we have enough defense at this point. I think we could just face tank Dread Nautilus and not really care about it. If not, I'm certain later on we would get enough defense to have that be possible. We'd have to pause time for Dread Nautilus, though, because he leaves at the end of the Blood Moon. And also, Dread Nautilus is very boring. Hey, Chase. Okay, we're almost halfway there. What kind of defense is this? We have 110 defense. We're on expert mode. We should have 117 defense, but I skimped on a couple things. What do I need for 117? If I had the Ankh shield instead of the obsidian shield, that would bring me to 112. If I had a major well-fed buff instead of a medium well-fed buff, that would bring me to 113. And if I had my my sixth accessory slot for another warding accessory, that would give me another 4 points to get me to 117. And I could theoretically get more if I were to put on like a shackle or an obsidian shield on top of those things. But at that point, you're better off just putting on like a worm scarf or regeneration things like the Charm of Myths. I think we're starting to lose some of the probes, which is unfortunate. Holy shit, tax collector's out in the wild. And if you had the Dryad nearby, it wouldn't really be feasible with the Destroyer, but the Dryad's Blessing buff does give 8 defense when it's active. And also an HP regeneration boost. There are a lot of very small optimizations you could have to have more defense. But the Dryad would deal damage to the Destroyer. And she'd also just die, because the Destroyer is going through blocks. This is half empty? Not quite. It's almost half empty. We still got a few more minutes to go, though. Unfortunately, the second half of the fight, I think, is largely going to be done without probes, so we might have to be a bit more proactive with dodging. I want to test something. Nah. I wanted to see if the rate that I dealt damage on was dependent on how quickly I pressed the movement key, but I don't think that's the case. I think it has an internal cap that it can deal damage at. I noticed the more I spam the movement key, the more I seem to do damage, but I don't think that's related. I'm really not looking forward to these probes dying. I need more mana before going into the fight. Like, almost all of my characters have the minimum mana. I never make mana crystals. Genuinely, I forgot that the arcane crystal was a thing, because I was doing some shimmer reforging earlier. And I accidentally made a mana crystal at one point, and I was like, oh, I guess I'll just shimmer this mana crystal to get back the stars that I used into it, and then it turned into an arcane crystal, and I was like, what the fuck, where are my stars? Oh, right, this thing exists. The lawnmower does not need to stay on the ground, but you need to stay on the ground, Bob. The lawnmower does not have a hitbox unless you are on the ground. Now, if you're holding the lawnmower over a ledge, the lawnmower will still have a hitbox as long as you are on the ground. But you need to be on the ground and also moving forward in order to deal damage to the lawnmower. I really don't like these stutters. You know, that's why we're not dodging very much. We're trying to do much with maneuvering. We just need to... I wonder why this possessed armor spawned. Because there are so many things nearby. I wonder if the destroyer's folks don't count as additional entities. I forget exactly how that works. Update on your one-hand challenge. Defeated Goblin army. Notice how hard it is to kill a bat without seeking projectiles or summons. You banned them because the challenge would be too easy. Still no homies. I would suggest for bats overhead swinging melee weapons like broadswords. Or, you know, Blade of Grass. Anything that does like that. They're usually pretty good at dealing with bats. It appears you've been slapped across the face with a comical amount of misinformation regarding what? Fresh chocolate is literally just cocoa beans prepped like coffee. Isn't that what you said? I would do that, Molly, yeah. That's usually how I cook quesadillas. It also helps because you use less butter, which means the food ends up, I imagine, being a bit healthier because you're consuming less butter in it. Bone sword, yeah. The name is a lie. Because it also helps to make sure if you're cooking multiple things, because this is an issue, right? If you're making like 2 quesadillas, and you put some butter on the pan, and then you put a tortilla on, all the butter's going to get absorbed by the first side of the first tortilla that you put in there. And using butter at all for a quesadilla. It helps lubricate the pan to make sure that it doesn't, stick to it. I usually use a little bit of butter. But not a whole lot. If you get homies boots, you're able to face the active field and get the shields, makes exploration much easier. That's understandable. I need to... I'll go ahead and just, where's my conch? There it is. We haven't done this in a minute. Let's take a break for a sec. I know how to cook and play Ultra in a hot tub. I'm doing a cooking stream at 10k. I haven't decided what I'm going to cook, but that's the 10k goal. Okay. I don't really like dashes in general. So I'm not really a fan of either, DJ. Also, fun fact, despite what it may look like with my vanity accessories, I don't have any mobility accessories whatsoever right now. All of the dodging I'm doing is based on a base movement speed and a hook. They're invaluable for boss fights? I disagree. I think... Wait, what happened? A falling stone must have hit something. 1000 DPS. I mean, they're good for boss fights, don't get me wrong, but you can do just fine without them. Do I have 100% achievements? I actually don't think I have, all of the Terraria... I don't think I've actually done all of the 1.4.4 achievements. I just never really felt like it. Especially like purifying the world. I don't know if I've gotten all the town slimes either. I could get them rather easily. I just haven't really felt like it. I wonder if we'd be able to take down the probes, if not destroyer. Do you mean if I'd be able to take down the destroyer, if not for the probes? I mean, I'm sure we'll be able to. I think it'll just be a little bit more difficult. The most destroying game experience NPC is the angler. You can just completely ignore the angler. You don't have to do the angler's fishing quests. Any video game is objectively better if it has a fishing minigame. I don't know, man. Some games have shitty fishing minigames. I mean, like, Stardew Valley fishing? Banger. Other games with good fishing minigames. I remember, having fun when I was a kid with, like, Dark Cloud 2's fishing minigame. I don't actually remember very much about it, though. Takes away housing, you don't have to rescue him. Terraria doesn't really even have a fishing minigame. It's just click a button. There's not really a game involved. Yeah, I don't think the inclusion of fishing is bad in Terraria by any means. No, anyone who says Stardew Valley fishing is bad can go bone in hell. Town slimes are pretty easy to get and pretty damn useful. The only really thing they're useful for is enabling pylons, in my opinion. Opinion on Minecraft? Not a big fan. Pretty mid-game. It just doesn't have a lot going on, and it's rather boring if you're not playing it with friends or with mods, in my opinion. Minecraft is not a game I would just jump in and play myself. Not since I was, like, 13. I used to play Minecraft when I was a kid, in, like, 2012. But I stopped playing it in around 2013 because I felt like it was just kind of boring and there wasn't a whole lot going on. And then I re-downloaded Minecraft and got my old account back a couple months ago. And I really felt like the game had not changed very much, and it was very similar to how I had left it, and just wasn't very interesting. It's like the white bread of video games, in the sense that it's rather inoffensive. It doesn't really make very many bold decisions. It's very plain. And it's more of what you put on it or use with it that defines it, like whether you play it with friends or certain mods, but on its own, it's very bland. Those are my thoughts on Minecraft. Well, yes, I mean gameplay-wise, yes, DJ. 5 hours, 20 minutes in total. That assumes we do damage at the same rate the entire time. I feel like we might have gotten a bit more efficient than, like, the first few minutes, because but then we might also... We'll see. But yeah, a little over 5 hours, probably. Okay, what's the next video game soundtrack I should put on? Because we're about done with the Rainworld soundtrack, and we're about to hit half HP. What's our next one? Payday 2? I don't know Payday 2's soundtrack. Risk of Rain 2? I don't know Risk of Rain. Chicory? Never heard of it. Celeste? Doom Eternal? I don't know most of these soundtracks, so I don't know if I want to put them on. I'm down with Celeste or Hollow Knight, though. I'll put on Celeste soundtrack. I haven't listened to that in a while. I'm doing alright, Foxy. Okay, we're half HP. Whoa, tax collector, go inside. What are you doing out here? Bro's just getting shot. Again, let me know if the volume level on the music or anything is off. How much do I know about Risk of Rain 2? Nothing. It's a good game, I should play it. The last time people told me that, I played Pizza Tower and I did not like it at all. Roguelike? Okay. That is key information that would make me potentially more interested in playing the game. It's a roguelike, normally it's like roguelikes, it's designed pretty well to be accessible, but also scale really well. Is it a roguelike or a roguelite? What's the difference? Roguelites have permanent progression. Between runs. You unlock either items or abilities or something that persists between runs, whereas roguelikes are purely one run. Roguelikes are not very common. Typically you get roguelites. But I'm interested if it's an actual roguelike, because you don't really get too many of those. It's a roguelike, okay. I'll keep it in mind. It's entirely possible I'm going to play different games, because I'm not going to be doing Lawnmower only all day, every day, for the next couple of weeks. I don't think you need to provide more information about it. I can figure out the rest if I were to play it. How expensive is it? You don't need to continue providing information about the game. How expensive is the game? You don't need to continue providing information about the game. How expensive is the game? €20? What's the price in USD? 25? 20 bucks? I'll keep it in mind. When's the Steam Summer Sale? That's like June, July, right? Coming up. July? If it's on sale during the summer sale, I might pick it up. Yeah, 5 hours is about what we've been expecting. Which is pretty fast. Much faster than I was expecting. Lawnmower is actually doing decent piercing damage. It's comparable to the flare gun and the copper short against the destroyer. I recommend getting the DLC. How much DLC is there? Is it like a Darkest Dungeon type thing where there's like multiple DLCs? One DLC? Okay. Just one DLC. How expensive is the DLC? Others are planned. Is the game currently... How much development is the game undergoing? I've been trying it as that Dvorak. At the same price as the game. Okay. Majorly overhauled gameplay. Would you recommend playing without the DLC for playing it for the first time, or would you think playing with the DLC for the first time would be a better idea? Pretty much finished development. Okay. Starting with base game only. Surprised you said your name right. I mean, you're named after a keyboard. How to get the princess NPC? You need to get every other non-pet NPC. Excluding Santa Claus. You can disable the DLC in-game you have it. Okay. Well, I'll keep it in mind as an option. Music is incredible. Well, no reason to listen to it now if I'm going to play it and listen to it in-game. These probes haven't. A lot more of them haven't died yet. I was expecting more of them to have been finished off. They're lingering around at low HP. Okay, so it's that kind of vibe. Food. I'll talk about food earlier made you want to get a certain meal, but you're not in the right area. I'm kind of hungry too. I still got a few hours before I'm gonna eat. Does Santa Claus just die mysteriously when you're building a house? Santa Claus dies when Christmas is over. So what probably happened, did you do Frost Moon? And that caused it to be Christmas? Christmas probably ended when Santa Claus died. You don't need Santa Claus for the princess. Santa Claus is not one of the required NPCs. No, I know Frost Legion is the event for Santa, but Frost Moon causes it to become Christmas, which are the conditions that are required for Santa to move in. Therefore, considering it is currently May, the only reason they would have the Christmas event going on is if they did Frost Moon. Or they changed the clock of their device. Does it have to be mastered for Mechdusa? No. Mechdusa is specific to the Get Fixed Boy seed, and it will appear regardless of difficulty on Get Fixed Boy. Whether you are on Expert, Master, or Legendary, Mechdusa will be there. The boss you need to kill to get NPC, you almost defeat every boss in the game. What NPCs do you have? It'll be easiest to tell you which ones you're missing. Because it may be something like the Stylist, where you just need to go find them in a spider cave. Or the Tax Collector, you need to purify them. You know, it's regardless of difficulty on the seed. We're not on Get Fixed Boy, though. We're on, take a break for a sec. Need to get a bit sore. We're on Don't Dig Up. Golfer, Stylist, Bartender, Tax Collector, Wizard, Goblin, Tinkerer. Yeah, to get those ones that DJ just named. The Golfer is in the underground desert, you rescue him. The Stylist is in underground spider caves, you rescue her. The Tax Collector is found in the underworld as the, I forget the name of the enemy. But you use purification powder on him to purify him into the NPC. The Wizard is just found anywhere underground in hard mode. You'll probably find him. Yeah, Tax Collector, go buy purification powder from the Dryad, go to the underworld, and look for the Tortured Soul. Tortured Soul is the name. And then throw purification powder on it. I mean, they rhyme. That's why. Please speak in English, Roxy. Wait, what did damage me? What the fuck? There was a fucking toxic sludge. Is that what hit me for like 200? I just looked at my character and I was down like 200 HP. How was that? I think it was the head. Did the head hit me? I don't think it was near me. I wasn't really paying much attention. I know how much damage the head does. I have been fighting the Destroyer for several hours, but I didn't remember seeing him near me. Get the shell phone, pretty well flash your last one, and I have shield water. You accidentally got the tax collector on your first 1.3 playthrough. The tax collector just doesn't really do very much, so I tend to forget about it a lot. I did hit me kind of blended in with the probes. Oh, you were trying to make your health bridge stone, so you threw purification powder on it. You did it by accident. At least the guide tells you how to get the tax collector out. He's very explicit about it. He's like, have you seen that tortured soul down in the underworld? Have you tried using purification powder on him? Oh, another tip. If you're missing any NPCs, the guide's comments, I think he has a tip for every NPC. And if you're missing any NPCs, if you just cycle through his help comments, he'll typically give you a tip for whichever NPC it is you're missing. How bored am I? Not particularly. I think he has tips for all the NPCs. So if you see him mention it, you're missing one slime for Gelatin World Tour. Which ones do you have? I think the easiest ones to miss, there's the Surly Slime, which you get from fishing up in a Blood Moon. There's the slime that you get for throwing purification powder on a Mystic Slime. Oh wait, no, it's Gelatin World Tour, not the Town Slime one. Have you done the alternate world evil slimes? Like, if you want a corruption world, did you get a Crim Slime? If you want a Crimson world, you get the corruption slime. Why did I even plan to? It won a poll. Yeah, they were talking about Gelatin World Tour now, though, not the Town Slime achievement. I just forgot which achievement that one was. Rainbow slimes? I feel like the big one's the alternate world evil one, but people do forget about rainbow slimes a lot, yeah. I would just go through the slimes one by one. On the same worlds, you get them in the bestiary, and then I would just re-kill them, regardless of whether you've killed one in the past. Gastropods are slimes internally? I don't think they count towards the Gelatin World Tour achievement, though. That achievement doesn't, like, literally just check every single slime in the game. There's a list of, like, 23 of them or something. And it checks for completion against that list. Gastropods count for Gelatin World Tour? Really? Well, I know they drop gel and they're affected by the Royal Gel, but I didn't think they counted for Gelatin World Tour. I got that achievement like 8 years ago, though, so I don't really remember it super well. They're basically flying ranged slimes. Yeah, so if you take all of the things that make slimes unique and throw them out the window, then they're basically slimes. Imagine if the gold slime was required, that'd be annoying. Hop and Jack probably doesn't count because it's a seasonal exclusive. What's the gold slime? It's a slime that appears on Celebration Mode 10 and Get Fixed Boy. It drops a lot of money, but it's quite rare. Do wooden hammer only? No, I am not going to do another one of these challenges, another low damage challenge. Wooden hammer was on the poll. Wooden hammer did not win the poll. I am not going to do wooden hammer at any point. So no, you're welcome to do it, but I have no interest in it. Well, at the time the achievement was implemented, I don't even know if seeds were a thing. 1.3? When was seeded worlds added? Was it 1.3 or 1.4? Was 1.3? Okay. I don't remember. No, For the Worthy was not 1.3. No. Special seeds were absolutely not in 1.3. For the Worthy was not in 1.3. I mean, just being able to put in seeds in the first place. That'd be turned on by going into the files. Seeds were 1.4. Okay. Why when the blood moon appears, the guide will ask you if you have some deathweed? Because deathweed blooms during blood moons, and that's his tip that deathweed is currently in bloom. So he's telling you to go out and harvest deathweed because it's the time where deathweed is in bloom and drops seed when harvested. Now, deathweed also blooms during the full moon, but the tip is there because of the blood moon. Stream muted. And someone tell me what difficulty I'm on right now. This is on expert mode. Although I guess he wouldn't hear me saying that because you have the stream muted. Broken wooden hammer only. No flash on Get Fixed Boy on Dance Pad. No. We're not on master mode, Melly. No, we're not on master. We're set to expert. I don't feel like being here for another, like, several hours, which is what fighting on master mode would do. Hardcore dance pad, no weapon, no item, nothing in inventory run. Okay, the way that run would go is you would walk several feet and die to a slime, and then the run ends. And that's it. That's the end of the game. That's the run. I feel like by the time we get to 40,000, the boat will probably all be dead. Voted Lawnmower because Flash would be too easy. People have already done dot runs before. I mean, I've done Copper Short Sword without dots. If you wanted to see that, you could just go watch that. open up my mic? Is it quiet? My sound is starting to get annoying. I mean, it's just gonna be like that. Moonlord is the guy's dad? No, he isn't. What kind of candy do I like? I'm a sucker for sweet candy. I'm not a big chocolate person. Sweet Tart, Starburst, Skittles. Sour candy, big fan of that. Not a fan of jelly beans. I don't like the texture of jelly beans. Gummy worms. Gummy worms are great. It's your time, Dad. Alright, 52,000. Alright, see you, Jesse. Have fun. What other games do I play? I mean, I feel like most of the games I play, I've streamed in the past. I feel like if you looked at my past streams, you could probably get a good feel for the types of games that I play. I think the only games that I really play a decent amount of that I haven't streamed, like, play Factorio with friends sometimes, Tabletop Sim to play Magic the Gathering. But, I mean, I feel like most of the games I play I've streamed. You love watching anime, it's the only thing that makes you feel comfortable. Oh, it's good that you have something that makes you feel comfortable. I'm glad to hear that. Yes, Septum Mustache, Marley lied to you. Shield of Cthulhu only? You really don't have to suggest ideas, because the answer to particular weapon only, if the weapon sucks, is going to be no, I'm not going to do another one after this. I've already done Flare Gun, I've already done Copper Short Sword, and now I'm doing Lawnmower. I'm not going to do another one. I've already done Accessories only, which starts out as Shield of Cthulhu only, and then just uses other things. You're trying to be funny? You're not doing a very good job at it. To break it to you. Was Master doing too much damage? Would just take too long? It would just take too long. I don't... Like, with the pre-hard mode bosses, it's not too much of an issue, but with the hard mode bosses, you really just add on hours and hours to the time, and it really doesn't appreciably change the fight very much. Do you have any ideas for challenge runs with, other than low damage runs? Yeah, sure, I can come up with some. But, like, I like playing things that are not Terraria. As well. You can tell these probes are starting to get destroyed. So unfortunate. Blank weapons only? What do you mean? Oh, spears only, flails only, shotguns only. Those are boring. Really, I feel like any weapon only challenge is generally very boring. Most of the time. But I just don't think those are very interesting. At least not on their own. Maybe if combined with another challenge. Like, you do... flails only, and then you add on another challenge, but on its own, You enjoy cooking lots of oh so delicious, delectable, yummy, yummy, amazing, spectacular, scrumptious, saliva-inducing food. I mean, I like to cook. I wouldn't put that many words in front of it. There's the NPC item only challenge, using only items you get from NPCs. You're doing it right now and it's brutal. Maybe. Mounts minecarts only. I feel like I would just do minecarts only. Mounts only, if it isn't possible, that'd probably be more interesting just to do minecarts only. More interesting to engineer. But I feel like the problem with those is minecarts only, at least, it's very non-interactive. Like, I feel like with most bosses, you just set up an AFK setup to kill them. And there wouldn't be too much active fighting. Good luck killing Moonlord with a mechanical coat. I don't think it'd be that difficult. Might be slow, but the mechanical coat's fast enough to outrun its tongue, so there wouldn't be concerns about any healing if the damage wasn't there. And I think the damage on it's fine. And this is more interactive? Yeah, I mean, I'm playing the game. Also, the whole point of doing this is I am not going to do more runs like this in the future. This is the last one like this that I'm going to do. So comparing it to what I'm doing right now is not a good metric, because I'm not going to do another thing like this again. Like, the non-interactive points are when I just AFK'd the game and then started reading a book. Obviously, you'd start with minecart and then move to slime saddle or horse saddle, but why not just do minecarts the whole way through? If you're gonna start with minecart. I feel like minecarts only is more interesting than mounts only. So why not just do minecarts the whole time? I played GTA, what is that, San Andreas? I haven't, no. I haven't really played any GTA game very much. Morning, hope you're doing okay. Yeah, I'm doing alright. How are you, Blue? Holy shit, Thanos? Holy shit, it's Thanos! Hey, you wanna reforge my DPS meter? No? Yeah, what a jackass. He deserves to die. I think non-minecart mounts would be more interesting. I feel like mounts only for the most part would just be bouncing on things with the bouncy slime mounts. Or shooting things with the Scutlicks or Sand Tank once you get to that point, and I feel like that would just be boring. And not really that much different from just doing normal low damage stuff. Whereas, minecarts only has fairly interesting restrictions on how you can do things, and particularly trying to figure out a way to do something like the Wall of Flesh would be interesting. We're on expert mode right now, Blue. Most of the hard mode bosses are probably going to be done on expert mode to save time, because Master is not really appreciably different. Let me hit the button up to the ocean. Let's rest for a second. I think there's be less mindless on Master, segments do 35 per hit. All that would change, Septim Mustache, is we would have to spend a lot more time coming here to heal. Like, if we took 10 damage instead of 20, because I'm pretty... because we have 110 defense. The probes do 120 melee damage and 132, which is like the amount of damage that we're taking now is somewhere in the ballpark of like 1 to 20 per hit, because we have 110 defense. We could have optimized slightly more and taken slightly less laser damage, but like the Destroyer's lasers only hit for 108, which 110 defense would tank anyway. His body does 140 melee damage, which is doing like 20 per hit. Right now, it does 93 melee damage. And if we take 75% of 110, that would reduce it 110. We'd be taking about 20 damage per hit from his body instead of 10, which isn't really that much different. It's twice as much, but it's not like critically different. And the laser damage would be about the same, which would be trying to tank anyway, and the probes would not hit appreciably harder. It would just take longer. And yeah, if we take slightly more damage, what would happen? We would just go recall to the ocean. Repeatedly. Spend time just sitting there healing. Doesn't really make the fight more difficult. It just makes the fight take way longer. Like, we're taking 16, 20 damage a hit a lot of the time anyway. And yeah, we'd probably put slightly more effort into dodging his mouth because the hit would be slightly less tankable, but I don't really think it'd play out that much different. I wouldn't be playing exactly the same way, but I would be playing pretty much the same way. That's only more fun just because minecarts only. If we have the navigation of the coastal mountains in question. I guess, but I don't know. Neither one really strikes me as something that's particularly what I'd be interested in doing. Why do you keep describing it like that, Asher? I don't know. I like cooking, like grilled corn. Grilled corn's really nice. By changing the map frame? What? This one here? Oh, I like it. Okay, we're almost, 2/3 of the way there. Like, if Terraria runs are kind of steady, play Terraria multiplayer with friends, maybe? I've done plenty of multiplayer runs in Terraria. It's not Terraria runs becoming stale, it's me recognizing, hey, I like playing games other than Terraria, and if I just do nothing but play Terraria, I'm gonna get burnt out and bored of it. Like, there's nothing wrong with not playing Terraria. Or wanting to play other things. That's a completely reasonable statement. Well, you're reading into what I said, to say that I said that you thought that. I didn't say that you thought that. I'm saying that a person hearing this might think that, and therefore I want to make that clear to them. That would be why I wouldn't play Terraria. It's not because Terraria is getting stale, it's because I don't want to get burnt out on the game by overplaying it. I should reach out to Chippy and see if they're impressed with my runs. I don't know how to respond to that. I'm not good with reaching out to people. If I ever do another mass multiplayer Terraria, you're gonna put a character. Get one piece of wood from another world, favorite it, put it in your void bags, you can't check your inventory then until after we kill the moon lord. If I do more multiplayer stuff, it would probably be through servers, similar to what I had done with the Night World. I forget which one was the server and which one was me in person. I think the server was the Night World on the third round of multiplayer worlds. Because people are just going to cheat, and there's not really much I can do to stop them. Unless we play on a server where it's physically impossible to. Okay, bye, Asher. That's been done before? What, playing on a server? I mean, yeah, I did it. Yeah, it's a T-Shock plugin. We made a server that did that with the third round of multiplayer worlds. It just had a couple other annoying plugins, like people had difficulties moving NPCs around, and if they dealt too much damage, they would get, like, frozen or something, with a web defect because of the default T-Shock plugins, which was a bit annoying. We have to find the settings to change that, but... Is the meta on rock, paper, scissors these days? Probably gun on your opponent. How long has this fight been going on for? 3 hours? Something around there? Is all of the illumination beneath me happening because of the destroyer who picked up coins? Like, on the map. Gradually illuminating things as he passes through them? Is that what those streaks are? What else would it be? Maybe, oh, maybe the goblin invasion. Maybe that could have also... When I did that here. Close to 3.5 now. I don't think the destroyer is quite enough to make that effect. Doing this don't dig up? Yes. Why did I do it? Don't dig up? Don't dig up has no time limits for boss fights. Now, I could still pause time with journey mode, which is how we did boss fights with flare gun only and combo short sword. But given that it's possible without the use of journey mode powers, I would rather not use them. Shame I can't do daytime Empress of Light. Daytime Empress of Light would not be possible with the Lawnmower. And anyway, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say I don't think it would be humanly possible to repeatedly get that close to the Empress of Light consistently, without her insta-killing you. And I mean, you can do daytime Empress of Light. Well, you can do daytime Empress of Light on this seed, DJ. What do you mean? Why do I take 1 damage? Because I have a lot of defense. I mean, you can fight the daytime Empress on this seed. The Empress of Light on this seed is dependent on depth. On the surface, she's always enraged, and if you summon her at night, she'll disappear. You need to summon her during the day, and you can only fight her enraged. If it's below the surface, it counts as always night, and you can fight her at any time of day, and she'll never be enraged. Now you do have to deal with low gravity, if you're on the surface, but that's how the Empress of Light works on this seed. You can fight her enraged, you just have to do it above the surface. How much defense to tank the expert mode destroyer? I have 110 right now. Through the use of a Bass Statue, Iron Sting Potion, Medium Well-Fed Buff, Titanium Mask, Frost Chest Piece, Frost Leggings, all warding accessories, Berserker's Glove, Flesh Knuckles, and Obsidian Shield. The ideal amount of defense that I would have had would have been 117, but I didn't have the time to get that set up, nor did I have the ability to get a Demon Hook for my 6th accessory slot. But I currently have 110. I could try doing 1 full cycle of Empress while dealing some amount of damage, but you could do it. I don't see how you would do that. The only way that I could see you dealing damage to the Empress of Light with the Lawnmower during daytime without getting hit would be to use Hollowed Armor, which doesn't work, or some other iframing effect. Like, maybe pre 1.4.4, but, like, you have to walk into the Empress of Light to deal damage to her. That doesn't work. Maybe if you had Strange Brew, and you could drink Strange Brew slightly before walking into her, and if you don't get iframes, bail, because it only has like a 60% chance to save your iframes or something. Maybe with Strange Brew, you could possibly get a damage or 2 in on her every, like, minute, or however long Strange Brew's cooldown is, because it's slightly randomized. She does not hit through Strange Brew iframes. That is not true, DJ. She has unique iframes. The iframes that Strange Brew gives you apply to all damage sources. I believe Strange Brew is the only way to iframe the Empress of Light. But yes, otherwise she has unique iframes, and similar to the Moonlord and Lava, regular iframes won't apply to her. Yes, 1-3 damage per 45 seconds, and if you mess up, which is very easy to do because of how inconsistent Strange Brew is, you would instantly die. So, no, I don't think it's humanly possible. Nor do I think you could program a macro to do it. Because Strange Brew is inconsistent. It would have to adapt on the fly to register whether or not Strange Brew gave you iframes and how long it gave you iframes for. It's technically possible. No, because I think you would... Human error would dictate that you would make mistakes and die before you would succeed. I don't think it's really plausible. Yeah, daytime would run out. You would have to pause time. Like, I don't see any situation in which a human would be capable of doing that. And nor... I mean, you would have to program something to do it for you, but the problem is you'd have to program it to register how long Strange Brew gives you iframes for, and I don't know if we'd really be able to adapt to that very well. This is on Don't Dig Up. Yeah, there is still the daytime time limit for Empress. She still needs to be fought at daytime, and she will despawn at nighttime. Which is slightly weird, but if you try to summon the Empress of Light at nighttime on the surface, or if it turns nighttime, she will despawn. She refuses to fight you unless it is daytime if you're on the surface. And if it is daytime, she'll be enraged. Just gonna ask ChatGPT to write the macro for you, yeah. Yeah, she works very strangely in Don't Dig Up. How much Pierce does Lawnmower do? It's weird. Honestly, I don't really know. How the Lawnmower's piercing works exactly. It seems to have a limit on how many times it can hit per second. As evidenced when we were farming, like, 50 enemies in the Corruption Meat Grinder. Or sorry, Crimson Meat Grinder. But I'm not entirely sure what that limit is. It seems like at its peak, it's not hitting for more than, like, 15, 16 times a second, regardless of how many enemies are on top of me. Because I have not seen my damage on my DPS meter go above that. Hit the Empress at night once, then she will not despawn. You can't summon her at night. You can only summon her during the day. In Don't Dig Up. Unless you can bring her above 0 elevation, I'm not entirely sure how that changes. You could probably sneak in some during the sword beam attack. Oh, it did go over 20 at one point? Well, the problem with that, DJ, is you have to walk into the Empress of Light to deal damage to it. Like, you have to be walking forward with the Lawnmower. I don't know how you do that consistently without risking walking into her. Maybe you could write a macro to do it, but... There's technically a range of motion when it's possible. I mean, doing it with a copper short sword was already hard enough by hand, and I used flasks for that, and it still took like an hour or so. You'd be looking at like hundreds of hours. You have to kite her to get a position at ground level. Possible with a task. Yeah, I think you could theoretically program something that could do it, but it would be incredibly difficult to program, and it would have to run for an obscenely long time. Like, we're talking hundreds of hours, I think. Because if you're getting in a couple damage every minute, she's got... I mean, I guess the difficulty matters, but... well, pretty much everything in the game's on a looping pattern. You could make a task to fight most bosses. I would play Breath of the Wild? No, I don't have a Switch. Don't really have too much interest in it either. Not a huge Zelda fan. Sweeping sword waves. I'm not sure how many more boss fights I'm going to have in me this week, so I might stream some other stuff this week. Because like I said, I'm not going to be doing all day, every day, of doing Lawnmower only boss fights. Once I start a boss fight, I'm going to finish it, but, don't think too much on Empress to forget how hard the other bosses will be. Oh, well, the other bosses don't insta-kill you. I'm concerned about Skeletron Primes despawning, though. Because that was the issue with regular Skeletron. And the issue should still be persistent in him. Pause time. That's not why he despawns. He despawns due to a bug due to the position between Skeletron and you being 0. If you watch me fight Skeletron with the Lawnmower, you should be very familiar with it. It just blinks out of existence. And the same thing should still be happening with Prime, which is going to make fighting him very annoying. Prime also doesn't despawn when you run out of time. He just becomes enraged. Empress of Light Daytime with Lawnmower is the hardest boss. I'm sure you could come up with conditions that would make other bosses harder. I mean, it's technically possible to do Empress of Light during daytime with Lawnmower. It's not technically possible to do, like, Wall of Flesh on Master Mode with Lawnmower. You just don't have the time. You don't understand at all? I mean, I don't really have much of a great way to explain it other than what I said. When the distance between a boss and you is 0, they despawn for some reason when you move a certain way. You can go watch when I did Skeleton to go see what I'm talking about, but I don't really have a great way to explain it beyond that. It's a bug. It's not something you would know unless you're familiar with it, which if you didn't see me do it, I'm not really sure why you'd be familiar with it. It's extremely obscure. And it's only really a problem when fighting these things without knockback immunity, with a weapon that needs to be directly on top of them. I don't like the lack of probes, because we're getting... I have to actually put effort into dodging his face now. Annoying. Yeah, Copper Short Sword and Flare Gun only would have been... I'm so disparaging. In terms of telling things to people, I just get mildly tired after doing things for like 4 hours. I don't necessarily have the energy to be polite all the time. I'm generally polite, but at certain points in time, I just have to be blunt and tell people, I don't really feel like describing this, you can go watch when I did it to find out. Wanna play some COD World at War? I haven't played World at War in years. Are you doing like the campaign? Zombies? In Flashback, you need to fight a Roblox boss for 1.5 hours straight with a broken health bar so you couldn't tell how close it is to what it was to dying. Why did you fight it for 1.5 hours? Goddamn. My only Roblox experience is playing Rain Escape. And there was a day with Clover, Bismarck, and Marley where, we just joined like random games on Roblox, and they just sucked. It was designed to be a raid boss, but a new rule set was you had to beat a boss solo to get loot, so you just did it first try. I wish Rain Escape got updated. Rain Escape was fun. Music obby was so good. There wasn't even any music, Marley. Rain Escape did get new stuff. How recently? The last thing I remember was them adding centipedes. Did they add more stuff on top of that? How do I keep it night so it doesn't despawn? This is Don't Dig Up, miscellaneous. There are no time limits on Don't Dig Up. Pick a Path is music to your ears. Pick a Path sucks. I'm sorry. Somebody has to say it, Molly. Pick a Path sucks. Oh, because that was like weeks ago, right, DJ? That was the last time I played it. Didn't they give lizards tongues, too? Yeah, I know. I'm not saying, like, I understand why it has been updated. I'm just saying, I wish it was. No, Pick a Path sucks, Molly. Pick a Path is bad. You know what else sucks? That weird game that Clover had us start with, where it was, like, hiding from the killer or whatever. That thing sucked. I don't know why Clover made us play that. I remember there was also that one time we, joined the Rain Escape Discord server. Well, I didn't join, but the rest of you guys joined and I watched. And they were just, like, the people role-playing with AI slug cats. Roblox one of the games where you get a lot of fun out of it if you're willing to lower your expectations. I can't imagine I would have had fun playing Roblox if I wasn't playing with other people. Like, I mean, it was fun playing with other people, but I couldn't imagine doing that solo and having a great time with it. How am I going to hit the cultists consistently if you teleport directly above you? We'll figure it out when we get there. I don't know. I haven't thought about it. The thing is, people tend to be under this impression that I think through challenges ahead of time, that I have some plan for how to do things, that I'm like, oh, I'm going to do the Moonlord this way, I'm going to do the Twins this way, Empress of Flight, Plantera this way. I don't. I'm going to figure it out when I get there. Like, did I know how I was going to do the Wall of Flesh? No, I figured out the tout statue strategy literally 20 minutes before I streamed, as I was thinking of things I could do. Did I know how I was going to do Skeletron, or that I could get into the dungeon like that? No, I just figured it out as I went. That's usually how I do challenges, so there isn't really an answer for how I'm going to do it, because I haven't thought about it. I haven't decided yet. I'm going to figure it out when I do. I have to stay tuned to figure out what that is. You never played Roblox, but from what you've seen on YouTube, it's very laggy and filled with children. How much lower your expectations supposed to be? I don't know. I've only played a couple games. A lot of them were, what are they? Obbies? Obstacle courses? Which were just, most of the time, really annoying because the hit collision was just super janky. Destroyer was the easiest mech despite having the most health. Yeah, that's why we did it first. The main thing that makes the Destroyer the easiest for stuff like this is that you can, if you ever happen to be in a situation where you're taking a bit more damage than you'd like, you can just nope out of there with a Recall Potion or Magic Punch to a distant location and then come back, and that'll, you can just heal the full. So there's really very little risk of dying. As opposed to something like Prime with the Twins, where you really have to be near them the entire time. And you can't just have that insurance policy of being able to leave whenever you want. We're gonna have to start paying more attention to his mouth now. It's annoying, but we are not getting enough iframes because we've killed off enough of the probes that the mouth is starting to hit me semi-consistently. So I do have to start paying a modicum of attention to trying to dodge it. Make sure we don't eat too much damage. And worst case scenario, we just go to the ocean and heal a bit. If it happens to hit us, just loses a bit of time. The Destroyer is very easy to loop around. Now we have to do a bit more HP management because we're getting hit a little bit tougher now. A little bit harder because we're eating less probe hits and eating more destroyer body hits. How long have I been doing this? How long has it been? Maybe like 3 hours, 50 minutes? 3 hours, 45 minutes, something like that. Not very long. The destroyer dies fairly quickly. 4 hours at this point? Oh, just the destroyer fight. Whole run, I think it's probably like 50 hours. Destroyer's first mech we fought. Decent amount of it's been off-screen grinding. We didn't start the stream fighting the destroyer. Why aren't I rushing the destroyer? What do you mean? I'm not sure I understand the question. Hit the segment? Do you mean why am I standing still and not moving forward towards him much? This is the most efficient way for me to deal damage to him. Is just staying inside of him rather than trying to rush through him. You and your friend joked about killing Eye of Cthulhu with a lawnmower and couldn't imagine that it could go this far. I mean, I'm gonna beat the entire game with it. I don't like the stuttering very much. I don't have any plans to stop. I mean, it sucks, but it's usable. What about Moonlord healing? I would point you to the times I have done the Moonlord with Bouncy Dynamite, the times I have done the Moonlord with a wooden bow, or a flare gun, or a proper short sword, as evidence that the Moonlord's healing is completely avoidable and really is not very much of an issue as long as you know how to stop it during low damage runs. Assuming the endgame bosses are possible, I don't see why they wouldn't be possible. Flare gun and wooden bow. I did also use the word Papu short sword in there. I mean, that one's harder than the other two, but yeah. I did do that. Wooden bow was quite a while ago. It was the first one I had done. And I mean, if I went back to do it now, I would do it a lot differently than I did. Logan was the second. That one wasn't too bad because it's ranged and it also has a damage over time effect. Copper Short Sword is where you start getting into a lot of difficulty because I didn't use flasks. I just did it with the base damage of the Short Sword. I think I used flaming arrows when I did it with wooden bow. I used an endless quiver and a molten quiver for lighting them on fire. Flare gun, I just used regular flares because this was before 1.4.4. There weren't cursed flares. And the copper short sword, I didn't use any damage over time effects at all. I just did it with the short sword itself. I think wooden bow took about 20 hours. Flare gun took... I did the flare gun one on classic. I did the wooden bow on master and copper short sword on expert. I honestly forget how long flare gun took. I want to say maybe like 10 hours. 10, 12 hours, somewhere in that range. Copper short sword, I think, took 30 something? 35 hours, maybe? I don't really remember exactly. It was a little while ago. Do I skip bosses? No, I'm doing the whole game. Wooden bow, I just did the moonlord by itself. I didn't beat the whole game with a wooden bow. I did beat the whole game with a flare gun and copper short sword. I killed every boss with copper short sword, and I didn't kill every boss with flare gun. I did more than any percent run with that. But copper short sword, I did do every boss. Lawnmower, I'm not sure I'm going to do every boss. It'll depend how I'm feeling. I did Daytime Empress of Light with Copper Short Sword, too. I did use flasks for that one, though. It only took about an hour, because I had, like, Venom flasks and Frost Armor and things. Instead, see how I deal with Duke or Empress. I would suggest going to watch me doing them with a Copper Short Sword, because it's probably going to be more interesting than watching me do it with a Lawnmower. The streams, I think, are unlisted. Actually, I'm not even sure if those ones are unlisted. But there's also the video that I made on it, where you could probably get a good sense of how I dealt with them. And if you want to see Daytime Empress of Light, I did that one post-game with the Starboard, and Strong Insignia. It's rather difficult to get close to her for repeated damage, to apply damage over time effects, but I would suggest just watching those videos. Unfortunately, due to the jankiness of the Lawnmower, it's probably going to be a lot less interesting, finding out ways to deal with them, because I'm much more limited in my options. Thank you, H-Woods. Okay, we are down below 40,000, so that is 2/3 of the way there. Not too much further now. Probably finish around like 6 o'clock, 6:30. My time. Lava slimes can spawn during the destroyer? Yes. I'm not entirely sure why they've been showing up, I'm not gonna lie. There's quite a lot of them. I imagine it just has to do with the amount of spawn slots that are being taken. I don't think probes count, or maybe they count a very small amount towards NPC spawn slots. I don't know exactly how it works. I did Legendary mode hardcore. Yeah, I did that. Hey, Wetfish. I'll probably swap over to the Hollow Knight soundtrack after we run through Celeste's. I'll need to decide whether I want to do... So, I'm probably not going to move on to another mech boss tomorrow. I'm probably going to give myself time to get to 500 HP with Life Fruit, and I feel like really just that is the main thing. But I've been grinding a lot to get to the Destroyer as soon as possible. So I don't know if I'm really going to want to immediately start another mech boss. It's probably going to take even longer. Daytime Empress is impossible? Yeah. I think you could engineer a macro to do it for you, but there's no way it would be humanly possible. Like a task could, with a large amount of effort and an ungodly amount of time, probably theoretically be able to do it, but it just... yes, the Lawnmower is classless damage. Even if I wanted to, I would not be able to use flasks on it, or Frost Armor, or anything like that, and I don't believe damage buffs are capable of changing it. And to explain why I'm taking so little damage, this is on expert mode right now, which you may be surprised about, given how little damage I'm taking. Sharktooth Necklace would work, but the problem is the Destroyer has 30 defense, and the Sharktooth Necklace would make it so he has 25 defense, and 25 defense would make it so he takes 12 less damage per hit. The Lawnmower does 8 damage. Even if I had a Sharktooth Necklace, I still would be dealing 1 damage a hit. So it wouldn't really change very much. We did use the Sharktooth Necklace a lot in pre-hard mode though, but most hard mode enemies have too much defense for it to be worthwhile. Phase 1 Twins, possibly Phase 2 Retinazer. I think he only has 20 defense, it'll take him about 15, I forget how the rounding works. Actually no, it'd be 7 either way, so we'd still deal 1 damage a hit. The Lawnmower won the poll about which low damage weapon I would do. It was between Paper Airplanes, Lawnmower, Amethyst Staff, or Wooden Hammer. And Lawnmower won, so that's why we're doing it. But this is on Expert Mode. We currently have 110 defense, which is pretty much optimizing, not quite fully optimized, but it's very heavily optimized tanking build. Which allows you to really just not take very much damage from the Destroyer outside of his mouth. We have the Titanium Helmet, because that's the most defense you can get out of a pre-mech boss helmet. We have the Frost Breastplate and Frost Leggings, because they're similarly the most defense you get out of armor pieces. This is the Celeste soundtrack. This is the one, I think, I think this is like when you're chasing Battlein in Chapter 7. I think I remember, like, the Hey Ya thing. Or whatever. I think that's where it's from. Or that part of the game. We have the Cross Necklace, because it doubles the amount of iframes we get, so we take significantly less damage. It's basically... The Cross Necklace, since we're taking damage constantly, basically means we're taking half damage. Because instead of getting 40 iframes, we get 80 iframes. Wait, Chapter 7 is summoned? Okay, Chapter 6 then. That's right, because Chapter 8 is... Okay, yeah. But yeah, because we're taking damage constantly, the Cross Necklace doubles the amount of iframes we get, and basically makes us take half as much damage, and it's very good in a setup like this. The Berserker's Glove is 8 defense, and the rest of the glove doesn't really do anything, but it does give us 8 defense, which is quite a lot. The Brain of Confusion, when it triggers, causes us to not take damage, and also when combined with the Cross Necklace, gives us a solid 2 seconds of iframes, and then it has 4 seconds of cooldown after that. So it's basically, essentially just letting us dodge attacks and giving us a lot more iframes. The Obsidian Shield is giving us knockback immunity, which is incredibly important with the Lawnmower. If I had the time, I would have upgraded that to an Ankh Shield for another 2 defense. But I didn't have the time for that. I probably will upgrade the Ankh Shield by the time we do Skeletron Prime or the Twins. It's just a lot of work farming the things. And the Flesh Knuckles is just 8 defense. And it's worth using on basis of that. It's been a little under 4 hours now, I think, that we've been fighting the Destroyer today. And then on top of that, all of my accessories are reforged to warding. I also have an Iron Skin Potion, and a Bass Statue, and a medium well-fed buff. If I had, like, the best case scenario, I would be doing this with 117 defense. Right now, I only have Pumpkin Pie, which is a medium well-fed buff, not a major well-fed buff. Yeah, just the one fight, Wetfish. A major well-fed buff would give us 4 defense instead of 3 defense, so that would take us up to 111. If I had the time, I would have upgraded my Obsidian Shield to an Ankh Shield, which is another 2 defense, which would take us to 113. And then, because I was only able to kill the Wall of Flesh on Expert Mode, I don't actually have my 6th accessory slot for the Expert Mode, because I don't have a Demon Heart. Because Wall of Flesh, it took, like, this much of the large-sized world just to kill on Classic. 44 hours. That must have been, like, Wooden Bow counting both attempts. Because I think Copper Short Sword was only, like, 35 hours or something. I might be mistaken, though. I don't really remember it too clearly. It was a bit of a while ago. Yeah, 117 defense, I think, would be your optimal pre-mech defense value on Expert Mode. On Master Mode, 121. If you've optimized as much as you can. Because I think at that point you'd get better gains out of equipping in that extra accessory slot, like a Worm Scarf or Charm of Mitts for regeneration, rather than getting like 2 defense from an Obsidian Shield or something. How many potions do I have left? 230 Iron Skin Potions, 68 Pumpkin Pies, 32 Regeneration Potions, 40 Greater Healing Potions, and 796 Healing Potions. We are on Journey Mode, but we have not researched anything. The reason I'm on Journey Mode is to change the difficulty during boss fights, usually to make them more difficult, because unfortunately it's not possible to kill the Wall of Flesh with anything on any difficulty above Classic. You have to be on Classic to kill the Wall of Flesh. He just moves too fast, you don't have enough time. So, I don't want to play the whole game on Classic, though, so we're on Journey mode so I can increase the difficulty to Expert or Master mode to fight other bosses that are not the Wall of Flesh. I did also at one point research, I think, heart statues, because there was a weird bug that existed, where for some reason, I still don't know why it happened, but a heart statue just disappeared when it dropped on the ground. So we just researched and duplicated to get 2 back, because one of them just disappeared for no reason. But other than that, I've also been using spawn control sometimes, usually to decrease the amount of time I'm doing farming on stream, to make things go by a bit faster. But yeah, we actually got 230 Iron Skin Potions. I didn't duplicate a bunch of Iron Skin Potions. We just have a big Day Rune farm. It's being rather difficult to keep up with Restoration Potions, or Regeneration Potions, rather, because they are requiring mushrooms, which are not as easy to amass as lead ore. So we may run into a Regeneration Potion bottleneck at some point. But as of now, we've managed to get enough of them. So far, the boss fights, most of them haven't been taking too long. The Destroyer's been taking the longest so far. The Eye of Cthulhu, I don't really remember how long it took. I want to say, like, maybe an hour, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Honestly, I have no idea. Is lead renewable? Yes, but not easily. It's more that just you can get an obscene amount of it very easily. It's very easy to just get large amounts of lead. Am I farming for Old One's army set after Destroyer? I wasn't planning on it. If I did, I'd have to make a new world, because it's too late to, I'm not going to farm tier 2 Old One's army. It'd have to be tier 1, and even then, I'm not sure it would really be able to do much. Oh, you can shimmer anvils. That's right. I forgot about that. I was thinking of just slimes dropping things, or farming chlorophyte, and then downgrading the chlorophyte with shimmer. I mean, we might be able to do the early waves of the tier 1 Old One's army and get defender medals that way, as long as we can get defender medals. As long as you get at least 1 defender medal before flying enemies start coming, I think you could farm the Old One's army. But tier 2, no way in hell. That's not happening. We're almost out of probes. But yeah, Queen Bee took about 3 hours, from what I remember. It was quite a long fight. Unfortunately, Queen Bee has a lot of defense as you get her near death. And she also just doesn't stay in a position you can hit her very often, so she was really annoying to kill despite not having that much HP. Skeletron should have only taken, I think, like 2 hours, but the problem is that we kept encountering this bug where he would despawn, so we actually ended up taking like 4 or 5 hours. It was a long day fighting Skeletron. Deoclops was very quick. Deoclops was very easy. You can just sit on top of him and not really care that much. He only took maybe half an hour, 40 minutes. The Brain of Cthulhu took quite a while, and the Brain of Cthulhu is the only boss that we actually died to. Because I was having a bit of difficulty with the amount of mobility I had taken with me into the fight for the first time. Once I took a Magiluminescence, I was fine. But I did actually die the first time we fought the Brain of Cthulhu, and he took a couple hours as a result. King Slime did not take very long at all. The Wall of Flesh took, I don't know, maybe like 10, 12 minutes. It took almost the entirety of a large-sized world, and we had a pretty optimal setup. And we were on Classic mode. I fought all of the other bosses before this on Master mode, aside from the Wall of Flesh. All of the pre-hard mode bosses I did on Master mode. But now that we're in hard mode, the amount of time that things take has ramped up drastically, and I'm not really interested in the additional time that things take on Master mode, because it just artificially stretches out the run to a rather obscene amount of time. The twins are going to be rather difficult, yeah. I'm not sure how we're going to do the twins, but it's going to be a long fight. I think the Destroyer is probably... I think aside from Plantera, the Destroyer might be the last boss that takes a single day to do. I think a lot of the other bosses are going to be multi-day affairs. Where'd the Destroyer go? Yes. Especially once we get to, like, the Moon Lord. The Moon Lord is going to take forever. Are we out of probes fully now? Yeah, we're fully out of probes now. Is Moon Lord even possible? Yeah. I have killed the Moon Lord with very low damage before. The healing is completely avoidable. I think... I'll explain it once. No, you don't even need exploits, Time Death. You do not need exploits. It is just genuinely possible. There's no exploits or trickery required. I think a lot of people do not understand how the Moon Lord's healing work. Particularly, I think a lot of people have spread misinformation regarding how the mechanics of the Moon Lord's healing works. The Moon Lord's healing is tied to the Moonbite debuff. If you have the Moonbite debuff while his tongue is extended, he will spawn a leech which flies back to him and heals him to 1,000 hit points. And depending on the duration of the tongue being out while you have the debuff, you can spawn up to 3 in a single tongue cycle. If you do not have the debuff, you will not heal. You can avoid this with the Nurse, which was the common strategy in 1.3. A lot of people liked sitting on top of the Nurse and healing with her to cure the debuff. Now, that's 1, very cheesy, and 2, not really plausible in 1.4 due to the inflation of the Nurse's prices. So instead, the best strategy is simply to avoid getting the debuff in the first place. You get the debuff if his tongue touches you. If his tongue does not touch you, you don't get the debuff. All you have to do to avoid that is either be very fast, Asphalt, the Duke Fishron mount in Rain, the Mechanical Minecart. There are several options that you have for going fast enough to avoid the tongue. Yeah, the Shrimpy Truffle works as long as it's wet. It travels at, I think, about 81, 82 miles per hour, the tongue, that is. If you can outspeed that, the Shrimpy Truffle needs to fly diagonally in order to do it, but it is capable of outspeeding the tongue, and that's how I did it with a Copper Short Sword. Teleporting also works. I think that's how I did it with the Flare Gun, is I would fly in the air with just a pair of wings, I think steampunk wings. And then as the tongue came out, I would teleport back to spawn, and the tongue does not teleport with the Moon Lord. Its position is locked at where the Moon Lord sent it out. If you teleport away, the tongue will not teleport with you, and you can use teleporting to avoid the tongue. And similarly, even if the tongue hits you, what happened to the probes? I killed him. The leech still needs to fly back to the Moon Lord. It is not an instantaneous heal. And unlike the True Eyes of Cthulhu and the probes of the Destroyer, the clots from the Moon Lord healing actually despawn independently of the boss. If you teleport away, far enough away that enemies despawn, the clots will never make it back to the Moon Lord, and they will despawn before he heals from them. So you can just utilize teleporting to despawn the leeches, even if you can't dodge the tongue. Which really means there are a lot of options for avoiding the Moon Lord's healing, between curing the debuff with the Nurse, avoiding the debuff through the multitude of possible options to move that quickly, teleporting to avoid the debuff, teleporting even if you take the debuff. Imagine if the Lawnmower could crit. I think it's just a thing of classless damage. I think classless damage is coded to be incapable of critting. Similarly to summon damage. Oh, there's a Mimic. I do not like you being here. I would rather you weren't, so I'm gonna go over here. But yeah, anyone who thinks that the Moon Lord is not possible due to his healing mechanic simply misunderstands the mechanic of the fight, and lacks the information required to know how to avoid his healing. I was looking at the map. I didn't realize the Destroyer was underneath me. Yes, I mean, you do have to have good timing with the Magic Mirror. The timing is a bit sensitive. But yes, a Magic Mirror is sufficient. That was how I did it with Flare Gun only. It's substantially more difficult if you have something with very little range, like the Lawnmower or like the Copper Short Sword. With something like the Flare Gun, you can just keep the Moonlord at the edge of your distance, and then when the tongue comes out, you have, you know, a second or two before it even hits you. And during that time, you can fly up, and by the time it would reach you, you can recall back, and then the tongue will never touch you. With the Copper Short Sword, you have to get in, especially his phase 2 is the problem. Because, little known fact about the Moonlord, the duration of his, how frequently he sends his tongue out to tag you, is based on the cycle of his top eye. And as soon as his top eye is defeated, he will begin sending out the tongue much more frequently. He normally does it with like a 15-second cooldown. As soon as that tongue dies, he sends it out on like a 5-second cooldown. As soon as that top eye dies. Which means in his second phase, or even in his phase 1, if you kill the top eye first, he will heal significantly more quickly. And that's particularly problematic when you need to get in to damage him with something like a Copper Short Sword or a Lawnmower, because that gives you a 5-second window of opportunity where you need to get in and damage the boss. And that is not very much time at all. And that was one of the main challenges with the Copper Short Sword. When I did Copper Short Sword only, I had to stop reading chat or talking, and just focus entirely on the game, because I had to essentially bob and weave between his attacks to get in during a 5-second window of opportunity, and if I messed up, I would reset 20-30 minutes of progress. It's not easy, but it is doable. And as long as you have a tanky build with good regen, dying to the Moonlord is basically impossible. Valhalla Knight set, 130, 140 defense. You're not going to die to the Moonlord, as long as you have a modicum of ability to dodge him. And with most bosses, not dying is enough to kill them. But the Moonlord is like the one boss in the game where you can't just walk up to them and be unable to die and expect to win the fight. The other bosses on regular worlds, not Don't Dig Up, you do need actual DPS for, unless you pause time. The Eye of Cthulhu, Skeletron, and the mech bosses, and the Wall of Flesh. If you're on Don't Dig Up, that's limited to only the Wall of Flesh, because the other bosses don't have a time limit. The Moonlord is the only boss, aside from, well, I guess the Old One's Army Dark Mage can heal. But is pretty much the only boss capable of healing. And as a result, you do need to either be able to avoid his healing, or be able to out-DPS his healing. Out-DPS in the healing is incredibly easy if you have actual weapons. With low-damage weapons, out-DPS in the healing is very difficult. So your options are pretty much restricted to trying to avoid it in the multitude of ways that is possible. Even if you can avoid the healing, though, it's still unbelievably tedious. Did my music stop? Okay, no, there's still a couple songs left. It was just winding down. Dark Mage can heal? Yes, the Dark Mage has an ability that it uses. It, like, casts a spell, and it's an AoE heal for all nearby enemies. Designed to buff things in the Old One's army, but I think you can use it to heal enemies outside of the Old One's army as well, and I think that's how you can get bosses in their second phases with full HP. I forget exactly how it works, or if they patch that aspect of it, but it does have healing capabilities. I think the Dark Mage and the Moonlord are the only times that enemies are capable of recovering HP, outside of, like, coins and respawning with half HP if they've been damaged. I can't think of any other enemies that are capable of recovering HP. Oh, actually, no, I think there was another Old One's Army enemy, like Wither Beast or something. The crystal things, I think those things heal as well. But aside from those two, I can't think of any. Just said Master Mode Hardcore. Any tips on no armor, no accessories, Master Mode get fixed, boy? Get very familiar with using... Okay, so there are two schools of thought. Two options you have, Xander. You can either try to build arenas that are going to invalidate bosses using things like teleporters or asphalt, or things where you can essentially just make one repetitive motion and not really have to worry about the boss. Like, if you're fighting the twins and you have a giant asphalt bridge, you can just run in one direction. And even without armors, if you have some speed buffs from a swiftness potion, you can pretty easily outpace them. Although I guess if you want to get fixed boy, it would be Medusa. And that wouldn't work quite as well. I would suggest you get very familiar with using Featherfall potions and grappling hooks to dodge things. Because your most effective strategies... Are you allowing mounts? There's no armor, no accessories permit the usage of mounts. If so, honestly, I would probably go for a pre-mech Duke Fishron with a Featherfall potion to dodge him. And then use the Shrimpy Truffle. That, or go for, like, the Black Spot or the Gelatinous Pillion, because mounts have very good mobility options and are going to be very powerful options for dodging bosses. If you don't allow mounts, your next best option would be a Grappling Hook and a Featherfall Potion. No mounts? Okay. I would suggest trying to get good with the Grappling Hook and a Featherfall Potion. It's a very powerful dodging strategy. It's what a lot of speedrunners use, but it's not the easiest to get down. I would also get used to the fact that your damage is not going to be good. Your fights are going to be long, and you're not going to have very good damage. And you're not going to have very good survivability either. Because since you won't have emblems or armor to boost your damage, it's going to be quite slow. Potions are your friend, though. Gravitation potions are also very good at dodging. Yeah, if you can do early Duke, he will make Medusa much easier. But I wouldn't do it for the Shrimpy Truffle. But it is still a good option. It will be a long fight, though. How is the Destroyer still firing lasers? The Destroyer fires lasers regardless of whether or not he has probes. The Destroyer's lasers actually do less damage than the probes do. The probes are the damaging lasers. But the Destroyer segments always fire lasers. The probes are just separate, also laser firing entities. Yeah, no, I don't think the probe, or the tail, or the head segments can come out. If you've noticed at this point, the head and the tail both have probes that are still stuck in them. You always do Duke Premech? Oh, you'll be fine then. I mean, if you can get a Razor Blade Typhoon... Actually, probably going for Ranger weapons. So probably Tsunami. Mage weapons without supporting gear, I think, are kind of mid. Although Razor Blade Typhoon with a mana regeneration potion and magic power potion could probably do fine. I just feel like Mage is a bit more reliant on... Okay. Now I'm confused. Because what Mike Hall said is that the Heart statue will begin ignoring its spawning limit for hearts if there are 200 items dropped in the world. But there aren't 200 items dropped in the world right now. Why is it ignoring the spawning limit? That's what I don't understand. I thought after he had said that it was related to that, but it doesn't seem to be, because it's just spitting out hearts right now, and I don't know why. This is the first time you've seen someone stream Terraria? Well, welcome. Yeah, even Flower would be really good. But yeah, I would probably generally lean towards ranged weapons. I'd probably start out with various bows, and then probably use bows until the Wall of Flesh, at which point I'd probably use a Phoenix Blaster. Am I doing every boss or just beating the game? I'll have to see. I'll have to see how I'm feeling. You think after fighting a boss for 4 hours, everything goes to shit? Well, it doesn't always happen after 4 hours. Sometimes it happens more recently. Wouldn't Eventide be good when you go to Solar Pillar? Also, would Terra Prisma be worth it? Eventide is very good at doing the solar pillar. Given that the Empress of Light does not have a time limit in Get Fixed Boy, if done below the surface, you don't have to worry about not having enough damage, and as long as you're good at dodging her, I've dodged the Empress of Light with only a grappling hook before without getting hit during daytime. I've done no armor or accessories Empress of Light. That was with an SDMG and post-game gear, but the premise is basically the same. She's dodgeable with a grappling hook. You can definitely get an Eventide, and it would be good for the solar pillar. However, the pillars are also not really possible to fail because you have infinite time for them, and you just chip down at them over time. So I don't know that I'd go particularly out of my way trying to get particular weapons to help with the pillars. Especially the solar pillar in Get Fixed Boy. I would recommend doing the Stardust pillar first and getting the Stardust Dragon. And then if you have the Stardust Dragon, since the Get Fixed Boy pillars are underground, the solar pillar is a complete joke, and the dragon goes through blocks, so if you just summon a dragon for the solar pillar, it basically kills itself. Have I played Calamity before? I have done Calamity, yeah. It was alright. I wasn't the biggest fan, but it was fun. You're in Mage Legendary mode for the worthy and you're stuck on Eater. Eater is rough in For the Worthy. Are you fighting on the surface or underground? How many hours do I have from these streams? I don't know. They're on Legendary For the Worthy, not Get Fixed Boy. They can't fight Brain. They're not on Get Fixed Boy, they're on For the Worthy. Does the dungeon tip for early loot work on console? I have not tested it on console, but I don't see why it wouldn't work. If you're thinking of doing it on the no armor, no accessories thing, though, I think you'd struggle to get enough defense to take those things without dying. I would suggest just setting your spawn point near and poiking in if you can't get sufficient defense. No, Legendary mode is For the Worthy plus Master mode. For the Worthy exists on both Get Fixed Boy and For the Worthy, though. So both of them are Legendary mode. All that Legendary mode is a stat buff. Legendary mode has no unique changes whatsoever. It literally is just more HP and more damage. Now, For the Worthy has unique changes, and Legendary mode has all the For the Worthy changes. But even if you do Expert For the Worthy, it still has the exact same AI as Legendary mode. It's just less stats. And similarly in Get Fixed Boy. Get Fixed Boy has the same AI for every enemy on Expert mode, Master mode, and Legendary mode. The Moonlord with Boulders is not specific to Legendary mode, nor is Medusa. Playing Get Fixed Boy Master mode made you hate Terraria? I had a fun time with it. I streamed my first playthrough of it, and then I immediately, like, did nothing for a week and just no life doing it in hardcore. And I did it in hardcore. That was really, really stressful. I remember feeling, like, physically sick at several points in time during that, but I really wanted to finish it as soon as possible. Because it is just really, discomforting. Because this was like the week after it came out. A lot of the things that were special to Get Fixed Boy, I still didn't know. I didn't even know how Shimmer worked. At that point. And there were a lot of points in time where it was just incredibly stressful to the point of, like, feeling physically sick. Because of the concept of I have been doing this for like a week. I am now at like the Solar Pillar or Plantera or a very difficult boss fight, and I now need to do something that I have no backing out from. I have to just do it cold. And if I mess up, I have lost like an entire week and like dozens of hours. What's the longest challenge I've done? I think Copper Short Sword only ultimately took the longest of the challenges I've done. That was about 100 I don't even remember. 130 hours? Flare gun only, I think, was 110 hours? Honestly, I get them mixed up. They were both a while ago. But Copper Shortsword only took longer than Flare gun only. I know that one. The longest, like, individual thing that I've done... What song is this? Oh. YouTube auto-played off of Celeste. That's not Celeste. Hold on. Go to Hollow Knight. Thanks, YouTube autoplay. You haven't played it since not long after it came out. You instantly got bored of constantly failing to well-fetch, and we spent eons expanding the arena after failing. Yeah, do you have imp banners? Imp banners are probably the single biggest... I did turn off autoplay, Jesse. It just defaulted to on when I started playing things. Imp banners are the single biggest piece of advice that I could give to, Legendary Wall of Flesh. Do you have AP classes in Canada? I am not in Canada. I am in the US. I'm not sure what Canada has. I took a lot of AP classes, though. I think I ultimately took 10 AP classes. I remember I got, like, some, like, AP Scholar Award or something. One of those random things that they're like, oh, you did good. You took, like, 10 exams and you averaged, like, above a 4 on them. I think is, like, the requirements for it. Like, one of those meaningless things that you put on a college application as an award you received. How does AP class to me? Of the classes I took, probably AP Chem, because the AP Chem class was not taught the AP exam. That is, AP Chemistry was basically just advanced chemistry, and the chemistry teacher didn't really care about the AP exam and didn't teach what was on the exam, so we just learned more chemistry and, like, didn't really do the exam very well. So I completely bombed that exam. But other than that, I don't really remember any of the AP classes being particularly difficult. American school system is so weird, what are we saying? Their AP classes are essentially advanced classes, typically taken in high school. And at the end of the semester, there is an exam, and if you pass the exam, many colleges will accept the passing grade on the exam as credits for a college class. Unless, of course, you went to the university I went at, in which case, like, none of the exams that I took counted for college credit. It did, however, probably help with getting into the university. Did I do AP Gov? I did, yeah. I think I got a 4 on AP Gov. I remember I got a 5 on AP US History, I think a 4 on AP Stats. I think a 5 on Lang, a 4 on Lit. I don't really remember the rest terribly well. AP Gov was quite easy, from what I remember. I enjoyed AP US History a lot. I like history. I also aced the exam, so that was good. I got a 5 on it. Okay, we're almost at 30k. All your classes in high school were just AP or dual credit. When I got to... The problem is my high school only offered so many AP classes, so, like, I couldn't take all AP classes even if I wanted to. Like, I took basically every one that my high school offered. There were, like, 10 of them. What I do remember... quite distinctly. is that, like, my university just didn't accept most of the AP credits, and, I think the only one I could get credit for was AP Stats, that I'd gotten a good enough score on. Because they required, like, a 5 on AP Calc to get it for credit, I think. I did not get a 5 on AP Calc. And, like, they just didn't accept a lot of the humanities ones. And I think, what did I do at uni? I studied neuroscience. I still need to go back, because I had taken a medical leave of absence. I have about a semester left I need to go finish. Which I'll probably do sometime next year. Have I ever met Eagle Scout? Probably at some point. I don't really remember. I do remember quite distinctly when I was in high school. So when you're in high school, there will be these programs that people tell you to do because it looks good on college applications. You guys know what I'm talking about? Like, oh yeah, go do this summer camp, or go do this after-school activity or club or something. It looks good on college applications. And there was a point in time where the school had been like, hey, there's this summer program called Boys State. It looks good on college applications, you should do it. The school pays for it. You just have to, like, write a letter to get in, and we'll send you there. And I did that. And boy, that place was wild. It was, like, conservative brainwashing propaganda. At least at the one that I had gone to. It might vary from state to state. It was like a hyper-patriotic and, a summer camp where you set up like a mock government, in order to better understand how the government worked. But I remember it was, like, extremely conservative, which I was not entirely vibing with. Like, we had to dress in uniform, which was, like, khaki pants, white shirt that said Boys State on it. We had to get up every morning, to go to the flag raising and, like, salute the flag as it was raised. Very strict schedule. And then a lot of it was around building a mock government and, like, setting up policies and a two-party system, both of which had quite conservative policies, or more libertarian in a lot of aspects. I feel like it ranged mostly libertarian conservative, in what the policies they tried to enact, because you get a bunch of 16-year-old teenagers. And it was just a very strange experience. I remember distinctly, there was a guy who had gotten kicked out. Sounds like heaven to you? It was not. Like, expelled from Boys State. I was on, like, the Board of Education, in the mock government, and the other guy on the Board of Education with me, who was a strange man. I think he may have been, someone who had a developmental disorder of some kind. He got expelled because he brought a condom and put it on a Mountain Dew bottle. And it was specifically he brought a condom, which seems to imply the possible existence of something remotely homosexual, which pretty much got him expelled on the spot. At least that's how I remember it, at least. Any tips for part-time jobs? How old are you, and what do you... Like, is this college? Is this high school? Do you have a vehicle? Do you have to get rides? Are you in a city? Can you walk places? Sounds like heaven to you? It was not heaven. A lot of it was there, like, you're sitting in a big auditorium of several hundred people, who are, like, expressing very conservative viewpoints, and you're sitting there by yourself, like, does everyone else just believe this? Like, this is... We're just... This is just what everyone here's opinion is? I remember there was a point where they had, like, the actual state senators coming in to, like, have a debate on stage, except the, Republican state senator... There was a Republican and a Democrat one. And the Republican one just didn't show up. And there was, like, only one senator. Instead of having a debate, he just answered questions from the crowd. I remember there were fucking, like, Robert's Rules of Decorum or whatever. Like, a specific rulebook you had to follow on how to, like, ask questions or, like, bring up topics in debate fashions, and god, that was so annoying. Yeah, I mean, I guess it looked good on a college application, but, like, it was just a really weird vibe, and I didn't really like it that much. They're the two main political parties, the former being the predominantly conservative party, and the latter being the predominantly liberal party. Although those words being used in the framework of American elections, which tends conservative in the first place, so even the more liberal party is rather conservative by global metrics. Does not sound like Kevin? It was not. But I mean, it was like a week, and it was kind of just loudly fucking around. I remember there was a talent show at one point, and just to give you the vibe of the sort of people that were there was some guy who played the Skyrim, Song of the Dragonborn, I think, on piano, and fucking nobody knew what it was in the crowd. Just to give you the vibe of the sorts of people that were there. Let me play a bit safe here. You see, worst chili, don't sign you up. Yeah, it was a... I mean, I did get into the college that I wanted, and I guess it looked good on a college application, but if you offered it to me again, I would not go back there. It was a waste of time. Below 30k, yeah. Last 25%. I remember there was a point where they had military veterans on stage, like, telling stories about what the military meant to them. There was a very, like, hyper-patriotic vibe to the place. Like, everything had to do with the flag. There were we had to go to the flag raising and flag lowering every day. There were flags all over the place. No, Emerald Bunny! No! They had, like, former veterans, I suppose, come in and talk about what the military meant to them. And I remember there was a guy that was, like, up on stage crying at one point. I don't think so, no. That probably would have gotten them in quite a lot of trouble, in the framework of when the veterans had come on to speak about things. It was a rather emotional moment for them. And I don't think that's the sort of behavior that they would have let fly. I remember there was, it was just at this local community college, and we were in just, like, college dorms, right? It was at, not a community college, just a local college. And it wasn't even really local. It was, like, a couple hours away from where I lived. But they just put us in dorms, right? And they were not very nice dorms. It was, you know, 2 people in a room. I think you had bathrooms that were shared between 2 rooms. So you basically had a suite of 4 people that shared a bathroom. And I remember very distinctly, the very first night that we were there, the fire alarm went off at midnight in our building. And it was pouring rain outside, and we had to haul ass outside. At like midnight in the pouring rain, there was one guy who was like just completely naked with a towel draped over him because he just gotten out of the shower because the fire alarm's going off. Man thinks he's gonna die. And there was not a fire. In fact, there was one very simple reason that the fire alarm had gone off. And that is that somebody had been hotboxing in their dorm room and caused the fire alarm to go off. And that person got, like, expelled in the middle of the night, and the parents had to come up and pick them up at, like, 2 a.m. It's been on for 5 hours. Yeah, it hasn't all been fighting the Destroyer, though. But yeah, it's been a long day. So on the very first night, somebody got expelled for, smoking in their room. And that's gotta be, getting expelled from these things is difficult to do. Like, you generally, it's pretty easy to not get kicked out. All you have to do is just, not be a little shit. The rules are annoying, and there are a lot of them, but they're pretty easy to follow. They're things like, don't have sex or bring sex toys or sexual-related objects like condoms. Those objects are banned. Or things like, don't bring drugs. And it's gotta be incredibly disappointing for the parents. He was smoking weed. Weed doesn't really have brands. At least, this was before, this was not in a state that had legalized marijuana, where you would buy them from a dispensary. Great value weed. I really hate the smell of weed, though. I can't stand it. I don't smoke myself. And I really don't like being around people who do smoke, just because the smell of weed is just sickening to me. Yeah, I know, guy really decided that's how he wanted to spend the... It's gotta be so, incredibly annoying for the parents. Oh yeah, you need to get up at 2 a.m. and drive 4 hours across the state to come pick up your kid in the pouring rain, who got expelled, for smoking on the first day that he was here. Yeah, I know a lot of people who developed, dependency on weed, and were very lax to admit it, and are very adamant about, not having an addiction or a problem, and it's very disheartening, with people like that, because everybody thinks the general sentiment I've seen with people that end up developing a degree of dependency on it. Country's become the first in the world to have a gay president. I think I remember seeing something about that, yeah. Which country was it? For some reason I want to say Latvia, but I don't remember it. It is Latvia? Okay. First openly gay, that is true. There have probably been a fair number of rulers throughout history who have been, modern leaders. Historically, absolutely, you got some gay motherfuckers. But I'm sure there have been some closeted people. Is this the first mech? Yeah. But that is great to hear. Totally not who I am. And we're gonna have to see how the time that the Destroyer takes matches up to the other mechs. I really have no idea how long Twins and Prime are gonna take. Twins especially. They're gonna be tough, because getting opportunities to hit them is not easy. Caligula is your favorite gay leader? The Roman Emperor? Yeah! But those times are different, and the cultural norms around non-heterosexualities are a lot different now. Oh, thank you, your boy Mark, for Ron 5. I don't know what a Ron is, but thank you. So the Hout statues seem to have just bugged out by this point. I'm not really sure why, but they're just spitting out Houts with no limit, which is quite convenient. 1 euro equals 5 won. Okay, so it's about €1. Thank you. Yeah, it's interesting, because I've lived in a couple... I've gone from... a fairly libertarian environment to a fairly conservative environment to a very liberal environment. And it's been interesting living in different sections of the US. And the different ways that people act. Particularly the difference between, like, a very liberal city and a very conservative rural area. Places have I lived in? Well, I'm not going to tell you where I live now, but in the past, I've lived in, New Hampshire, and I went to college in Baltimore. New Hampshire's a very libertarian place, especially in the rural area I was living. Like, people there are conservative in a lot of ways, but it's a lot more of the vibe of, I don't really care what you're doing, just leave me out of it. And I would describe that as a very libertarian environment. A lot of people own guns, a lot of very rural, redneck type. Hunting very big. And the place I was in, church wasn't really that big. It isn't like down in the Bible Belt in the South. Like, it was a thing, some people went to it, but a lot of the vibe was just like, not like, I hate those, whatever type of people, like minorities or gay people or whatever. More of like, people who disliked them would just be like, I don't want them near me, or something like that. Not that that was particularly rampant there. But I remember it was a predominantly white town, and there were not very many minorities. And then I lived in a state in the South, which I won't name, which in a rural, quite conservative area. And that is a massive culture shock, because the culture of the South and the Northeast are very, very different. Especially being in, like, the Bible Belt in the South. If you're not familiar with the term, the Bible Belt describes essentially a strip of states in the South where religion is very, very important. People are extremely religious, and it pervades many aspects of life. What's going up in the Northeast like? Cold. For the most part, it wasn't... It was very cold. There were not very many non-white people in the place that I grew up in, so I didn't really have much exposure with different cultures, or ethnic groups. It was also fairly remote. I was in a rather rural area, so things like, you know, growing up in the, you know, mid-2000s, you know, your power goes out from an ice storm. It might be a week or two till you get power back. Internet speed, slow. It was like one family computer, but that's more indicative of the times than anything else. A lot of wild animals. You know, you got fisher cats, bears, other, you know, relatively dangerous wild animals. If you let, like, if your cat gets outside or something, and they don't come back, you assume they've been killed by a wild animal. Gun ownership was very common. A lot of people hunted. Still ongoing? Yeah. I feel like, as a whole, the vibe of the community I grew up in wasn't really that... Like, I didn't feel like people's beliefs were really put on me very much at all. Religion was not a very big thing. My dad, due to interactions with his mother, was most certainly not religious, and if anything was anti-religion, and as a result did not seem to desire his children going to church and things like that. I'm not religious either. But it was like never really a thing. I didn't really know what religion was until I was like 12. But that's very different from... Yeah, I'm in my 20s. Very different from, say, being in the South, in the Bible Belt, where religion is a very, very, very big thing. It is hard to understate how much religion influences things down here. Particularly Christianity. When talking about religion in the Bible Belt, that's the main thing we're concerned with. Church is not a Sunday thing. People go to church, like, there are church services all throughout the week. You got Saturday church, you got, I think, Friday church. There might even be, like, weekday church. I'm not even entirely sure. People bring up God and Jesus all the time. Religious imagery all over the place. You got things like Chick-fil-A, Hobby Lobby. The companies are very religious and use their money to further religious organizations, oftentimes having anti-LGBTQ agendas. Do I plan on moving to a different state? Yeah, but I'm not in... I don't really care that much right now, because I'm not in, like, high school or anything like that. I don't really have to deal with it. I don't really care that much. Wednesday night church? The main thing I remember is, just all throughout the... Or I would drive by churches sometimes, and I'd see a bunch of people there, and I'd ask somebody, like, hey, why are there so many people there? And it's like, oh yeah, it's church night. And I'm like, it's not Sunday. But no, it's just, there are a lot more frequent services. Yeah, it's just a very weird cultural shift. Also, racially, it was much more diverse. Moving there as like a 13, 14-year-old. Which, it was strange going from a town that was, you know, predominantly white. There was like one black family. There was like a Native American family. But overall, it was not very diverse. To an environment where there were a very large number of, black, Hispanic, Mexican, people, and just being exposed to different cultures. And it's not even like different cultures from different countries, it's different cultures within your own country that you just never encountered because you were in the ass end of the country, in the northeast, never interacting with different ethnic groups, really. So it's a very interesting experience going through all of that. And then going from there to moving to Baltimore to go to college in a very liberal campus. A very ethnically diverse area because you get, you know, colleges, a lot of international students too. And it was just... It's interesting going through and seeing all the different cultures and microcultures throughout the country. And I've only lived on the East Coast in 3 different environments, right? You go to different cities, you go to, you know, Midwest, all the way, like, out far in the west, down in Texas, you get very different cultures there, too. Have I streamed Minecraft or Dead by Daylight? No. I have not played Dead by Daylight, and I'm not really a huge fan of Minecraft. City Skylines? No. I never played it. What is that, an ambush squirrel? Amethyst squirrel. Kind of red. I guess it's just lighting. Okay. Almost done to 25k. Arms dealer, what are you doing? He's just doing the shuffle and walking over to my honey. What armor am I wearing? Titanium headpiece, frost chestplate, frost leggings. That is the most defense you can get from free mech armor. Once I kill the destroyer, I'll likely upgrade to a hollowed helmet. And then I'll consider whether or not I want to change any of my other armor. I'm not sure that I would, though. I would get an Aegis fruit, though, which is a free 4 defense. And also get to 500 HP with life fruit before fighting another boss. Most of my defense is coming from, I think, my accessories and buffs, though, not my armor. I probably got about half of it coming from armor. So we got 23, 20, 13. 23, 13, 36, 20, 56. Only 56 of our defense is coming from armor, which is about half of it. The other half is coming from accessories and just our various buffs. Alright, see you, Jesse. Alright, 25k to go. Yeah, I'll have to think about how frequently I'm going to want to do boss fights, because there are no low investment bosses from this point forward. Every boss is going to be a multi-hour, if not multi-day affair. And I am not going to have the energy to do that repeatedly all day, every day. So I'll probably maybe get through 1 or 2 bosses a week, but then spend the rest of the week doing other things, streaming-wise. But I'll have to think about it. It'll depend largely on how I'm feeling. I would certainly like to finish this before 1.4.5 comes out, though, in case it interferes with any of the strategies that I'm using. I'm not sure when 1.4.5 is going to come out, but at the bare minimum, that would be... I wouldn't want to let it drag on for too long. There is some degree of time pressure. Yeah, it's getting marginally more annoying trying to dodge his head. I can dodge it fairly easily. It's more just trying to maximize my damage while also not taking damage from the head. These heart statues are putting in work, though, now that they've bugged out and the limit is no longer applying to them. Consider giving myself some leeway like cheat engine speed hack. Spending 6 hours per boss is mad wicked. No. What? 6 hours is nothing. This is a fast boss fight, as far as I'm concerned. Like, that might sound silly to you, but if we can do it in 1 day, it's a fast boss fight. Averaging 5 DPS. I think we're doing better than 5 DPS. I'll have to check. Yeah, I don't know why this heart statue bugged out. Because what Michael said was that it was related to having 200 dropped items in the world, but how could we possibly have 200 dropped items in the world, right? Like, we've been sitting down here the whole time. The only thing I could think of is if falling stars broke deathweed that was breaking on the surface, but getting 200 of it would be obscene. That would be so much dropped stuff. Looks like we're averaging probably maybe like 7 or 8 DPS if I were to guess. Because when we're dealing damage, we're getting up to like the 8 or 9 number, but actually maybe we are at 5. I don't know, it's tough to tell. DPS meter's been a little inconsistent. Yeah, for the time I'm not hitting it. 5's probably a reasonable estimate. Hour 20's not too bad. If you consider that we start the boss fight right now, then we only have an hour 20 to kill the boss. Will I be using double armor penetration versus twins? No. The bees from the stinger necklace are going to out DPS the lawnmower pretty handily. So we're not going to use it. I will use the regular armor penetration against phase 1 twins. Once we get to phase 2, 1 stinger necklace isn't going to be enough to do anything significant. It'll still be 1 damage, but phase 1, it'll go from 10 to 5 defense for the twins, which will let us do 6 damage a hit, which is pretty noteworthy. Yeah, we do get better damage when you coil stuff like this, that is true. I wonder if we're going to get through this entire run, and the only boss I'm going to die to is the Brain of Cthulhu. What about going to NPC limits so the Stinger Necklace doesn't spawn bees? I'm not sure bees count as NPCs. I think they probably count as... Do they count as projectiles? Because they don't have... I would assume they would count as projectiles. The friendly bees spawned from the Stinger Necklace and bee gun and whatnot. Because, like, minions are projectiles. Pets are projectiles. They don't have a health bar, they can't be damaged. I feel like those are the hallmarks of being a projectile instead of an NPC. Put it on Glader Heals. It says enemies on the wiki with AI. That doesn't mean that the game classifies them as NPCs and not projectiles. Minions also have AI, and they are projectiles. Projectiles have AI that they follow. Demon Scythe has a particular AI it follows. Minions have AI. Pets have AI. Those are all projectiles. Well, they might be enemies, but I feel like it's more likely they'd be projectiles based on the mechanics of how they work and how I know the game to classify NPCs, which all the things I listed were NPCs, or projectiles, not NPCs. What should I have for dinner tonight? I'm thinking quesadilla. Pro tip for quesadilla, I mentioned this before, but mix in spices with your cheese to give it some kick. You know, like chili powders, chipotle pepper, stuff like that. Some people just make quesadillas with just, like, plain cheese, and you get a lot more mileage out of your quesadilla. A lot better flavor if you mix in some basic spices. It is nice getting the coil back down on himself. God, bugged heart statues are so broken. I love them. I mean, the easiest way to test whether the game classifies them is... Back, how's it been? It's been going pretty well. We're almost down to 20k on the Destroyer. Probably only got maybe like an hour left. Which is not too shabby at all. This is thrilling. Thank you. High action gameplay. Yeah, I feel like this is a good example of why tank builds are extremely effective. I don't even have, like... I'm still missing 7 points off from what I'd consider an optimal tank build. 7 points of defense. But... Like... You just don't really have to give a fuck. What happens if you kill a worm with a lawnmower? This is what the worm sees. Because all worms operate in slowed time. Due to the Bacchus principle. With smaller creatures. So, what is to you a couple seconds of running them over with a lawnmower is to them 5 hours of them fighting the lawnmower. Oh, the Hollow Knight soundtrack is so somber. They do wet fish, yeah. That's why it looks like they move so slowly to you. They actually move very fast by their own standards. What speed does the Destroyer live in? Well, he lives in worm speed. I think it's the constant W. You'll usually see it written in the back of physics textbooks. W is worm speed. I don't remember the exact number. I usually just use this W. It's on your calculator. And I don't really have to use the number myself, because it's automatically programmed in like time. It's represented with the symbol. I'm disappointed. I saw that you guys in Helpruin were going to do a new playthrough, and I'm disappointed that you didn't decide to make the changes that I make for my multiplayer worlds when I make Get Fixed Boy worlds, which is, replace all the ash in the underworld with thin ice, or echo paint entire biomes, or replace all the obsidian brick houses in Hellstone brick with conveyor belts, basic stuff. This is the Hollow Knight soundtrack, yeah. You like having fun? That's an L. You telling me it's not fun trying to stumble your way through an echo-painted biome where you can't see anything? You play Hollow Knight's fire music? Hollow Knight music is very good. Rain World also has great music, and Celeste, those are the other two soundtracks we've been playing throughout the night. Yeah, I would suspect that the Stinger necklace probably is the same type of deal. Totally not YN. I think NPCs have Because the thing with the bees don't take damage. Right? Although I guess things like spike balls and... Actually, are spike balls NPCs or are they projectiles? I'm not actually sure. How would I have done this with a wooden hammer without going insane? I mean, Destroyer would have been bad, but if I was using a wooden hammer, I would have been using damage over time effects. For other bosses that are actually susceptible to them. Like, if I was doing the twins, I would have had a Venom Flask. Or not a Venom Flask, a Coast Flames Flask. And, Frost Armor. And be dealing, what, 44 DPS? Spike Ball's an NPC? Okay. But yeah, Destroyer would have been annoying with a wooden hammer. But other bosses would have been easier. Honestly, I feel like the most interesting of the low damage things that you guys didn't pick would have been Amethyst Staff. Because I feel like Amethyst Staff is actually kind of, like... is interesting compared to other low damage weapons, because it actually has decent base damage. It deals like 14 damage, and it attacks very slowly. But it has range, and it's actually able to potentially be buffed. How's it not leaving? This is Don't Dig Up, and time limits do not exist on the Don't Dig Up seed. Also, if I did Amethyst Staff, it would have been my first mage playthrough in the 4,000 hours I've played this game. $4,000? Yeah, more than that at this point. Maybe like 4.3. I don't know. I haven't checked recently. But... How many times does hammer swing a second? How do you turn the speed stat into time? So, use time is how many frames it takes to use the weapon, and Terraria runs it. It's how many ticks it takes, and it runs at a 60 tick rate, 60 frame rate. So you basically just take the number, or take 60 divided by the use time, and that'll give you how many times it's used per second. Would speeding up the game be cheating? Yeah. I don't really care too much about the time. You guys are the impatient ones. How is it not leaving? This is the Don't Dig Up seed, and time limits do not exist on the Don't Dig Up seed. Well, I might have just not paid attention to my first response. If they ask it again, I think it's a little bit dense for them at that point. Twice per second? Yeah, it would be annoying for stuff like the Destroyer, but then again, if you swing the hammer twice per second, the hammer hits multiple segments per swing, and it's also able to crit, you'd probably still be doing like 7 or 8 DPS, which is like what we're doing. So I feel like it'd probably achieve pretty comfortably. Because it would hit multiple segments per swing, whereas here we only hit one segment per lawnmower thing, but then the lawnmower hits more times per second. Because if I swung a wooden hammer here, right, it would hit multiple of its segments. I don't know if it has a limit on how many it can hit in one swing. It would accidentally mutilate platforms and terrain, only if you had Smart Cursor on. Yes, melee buffs and flasks, and melee swing speed buffs, which would probably increase it to above that many swings per second. I don't know how well it would scale, but if you got, you know, Feral Claw, like Berserker's Glove, you could potentially get decently frequent swings. But yes, adding on the capability of using flasks, and it would be extremely powerful. And the other thing that the wooden hammer has going for it is that it's an actual weapon. You can use it without having the extremely annoying requirements that the lawnmower has in order to deal damage in the first place. If you click attack with the wooden hammer, it has a hitbox. It functions as a weapon. It swings where it looks like it's gonna swing. Whereas the lawnmower, you have to be standing on solid ground and walking forward in order for the weapon to have a hitbox in the first place. And then once you've done that, its hitbox is like the tiny blade on the bottom of the mower. Like right there. And that's its entire hitbox. So the wooden hammer does have that going for it. The most annoying thing with the lawnmower is not the low damage, it's the fact that the hitbox is really annoying to get to work. Like, after a few hours and holy jeez, they're still not dead, you're dreading the later bosses. Oh, it's gonna be a lot. There's a reason, nobody's done a lawnmower run. Or people that have used the lawnmower have come to the conclusion that it's impossible after trying one or two bosses. Down below 20k though. The last sixth of the fight. The lawnmower is classless damage. It is not melee damage. The lawnmower is not affected by any melee buffs. It cannot be used with flasks or frost armor. Nor is it subject to critical hits, to dealing critical hits. And it also, as far as I can tell, cannot have its damage increased in any way. You can give it armor penetration with the Shark Tooth Necklace. It does not become affected by the Sharpening Station. But for all intents and purposes, its damage is locked at 1 for anything that has more than a minimum, like... I believe the breakpoint is 20 defense. Anything with more than 20 defense, I will deal 1 damage to, regardless of anything. My name is funny or deadless? I mean, I'm patient enough for it. Honestly, the people who get most annoyed with this runs are the people watching, not me. I'm perfectly patient. It's the people who are in chat that go, like, that want things to speed up. Guys are just impatient. But yes, right now, again, we have 110 defense. Which is quite a lot for a pre-mech setup. And this is a good example of why, if you want to be a tank, you should play on Consumables. You can Thelp. What does you can Thelp mean? Oh, like T-help. Thelp. Thelp. Yeah. T-help? No. There's no hyphen. That is Thelp. You just type the word Thelp. Crimson is better in general? It has ups and downs depending on what exactly you want to do. I think in general, I would typically prefer to make Crimson Worlds because I often like having the option of tanking be available. And tanking just is nowhere near as plausible if you're on Corruption Worlds because you do not have access to the Flesh Knuckies. And that's, depending on the stage of the game, 8, 16, or 26 defense, which is massive. Because defense gets relatively greater gains the more defense that you have. And you want to stack as much of it as possible, and having 16 points of defense at the pre-max stage is the difference between taking 19 damage a hit or taking 35 damage a hit. And that's a massive difference. You do technically have access to it, but farming natural spawns of Crimson Mimics, I made that mistake one time, AT217. That was during Bouncy Dynamite only, where I made a Corruption World. And I had to farm natural Crimson Mimic spawns for hours with 10x spawns just to get enough Flesh Knuckles to do everything. And it is incredibly annoying, and that was with 10x spawn rates. Farming natural Crimson Mimic spawns is just not very reasonable. Corruption seems more for damage. The main appeal that Corruption has, Corruption is a bit stronger for Rangers. Whereas I would say Crimson is a bit stronger for melee, predominantly. Now, Ichor is much better for summoners, and generally worse for melee, because melee tends to not hit very frequently, where summoners hit very frequently. However, you can get Ichor with an alternate World Evil and a Graveyard biome, which is very easy. It's mostly the pre-hard mode items and the drops from the Mimics that are relevant. And with the pre-hard mode things, I think Corruption wins with pre-hard mode gear. I just think Corruption has better pre-hard mode items. Full stop. They're just better. The Musket's better than the Undertaker. Vilethorn's better than Crimson Rod. Especially given that you're probably going to use the Vilethorn for the Eater of Worlds. Whereas the Crimson Rod you wouldn't really use for the Brain. At least it would be significantly worse comparatively. The Blue Moon and the Rotted Fork are both good for their respective bosses. Oh, sorry, not Blue Moon. Ball of Hurt. Yeah, Ball of Hurt is good. I think Ball of Hurt is better than Rotted Fork, for most purposes. I would use the Ball of Hurt for the Eater of Worlds. I would not use the Rotted Fork for the Brain under most circumstances. I think the Brain of Confusion wins over the Wormscarf as just being a generically better accessory for most purposes. I think Crimson Gear is generally better. However, Shadow Armor is more damage-oriented, whereas Crimson Armor is more survival-oriented. You get a 15% non-specific crit boost. Generally, Rangers are the ones that would be using the armor from the evil bosses. So as a Ranger, you typically choose between having more damage and speed from Shadow Armor, or having more survivability with the regen boost from Crimson Armor. Melee would generally be going for Molten Armor. And Mage at that point would probably just have either a Wizard set or be going for like Jungle or something. Shadow Armor gives speed. Yes, Shadow Armor gives a Magiluminescence style speed buff. I believe it's a 15% buff that stacks in the same way as Magiluminescence, meaning it buffs the max movement speed of boots. No, they didn't replace the speed, they reworked the speed to be a Magiluminescence type buff, meaning that it increases the max speed of boots. Which is very helpful. And it also, they removed the melee speed, the attack speed, and replaced it with damage, but the movement speed is still there. Or rather, they replace it with crit chance. Well, it's not defense, it's regen. Centerpiece freeze. But yeah, that's generally the choice you make between those two armor sets. And I feel like it's really only relevant for Ranger. Because Ranger doesn't get its good armor until post-Skeletron. Melee would just be going for Molten. Mage would have the Mage armor. And Summoner would just be going with Obsidian. And certainly wouldn't want Shadow armor because crit chance isn't going to do anything for them. Knight's Edge should be early hard mode? No. I think it's fine where it is. And then you have the bosses. I think outside of Legendary, I think Eater is easier than the Brain. In Legendary, or rather just for the Worthy, I think Brain is considerably easier than Eater. And then, as far as the enemies go, what is Thelp? Thelp is Thelp. I find the Crimson easier to traverse with no weapons or accessories. I find the Corruption a bit more difficult to traverse, particularly because the Corruption has Devourers, and Devourers are very difficult to get away from if you do not have the capability of killing them, and you can't just block them off like you can with Corruption enemies. There's a Toxic Sludge. I don't want to deal with a Toxic Sludge here. I'm gonna go away. Also, fun fact, poison completely negates the damage from honey. If you have the poison buff, you will take no damage from honey. Devourers are very annoying. They do die in like one grenade though. In hard mode, Floaty Gross and Ichor stickers, particularly in Don't Dig Up and Get Fix Boy when they're on the surface. Ichor stickers on the surface are one of the most annoying things in existence. Especially with the incredible spawn rates that are in Don't Dig Up on the surface. Ichor stickers are way more of a pain in the ass than anything Corruption has, on this seed in particular. But in general, I think, Crimson enemies are less annoying because there aren't worms. There are Floaty Gross, but Floaty Gross get knocked back very easily. And then, that's all the pre-hard mode stuff. I can't stress enough how much the musket kicks ass compared to the Undertaker, though. That's, like, as far as Ranger goes, Ranger, like, musket early game, musket kicks ass. Ichor stickers are the ones that pee on you. Yeah, it sounds like it should be Ichor sticker. It's not. The word is Ichor. But yeah, that aside, that's really the pre-hard mode stuff. And then in hard mode, you can say Ichor is Ichor. No, it is pronounced Ichor. You're welcome to say it wrong, but that is how the word is pronounced. But once you get to hard mode, things change a bit, because at this point you can make the alternate world evil in the graveyard biome. Which means almost every item that you could get in one, you can get in the other. The only item that is going to be exclusive, based on the type of world that you generated, is going to be the chest in the dungeon with the biome chest loot. Either the Radiance brings back bad memories. I remember when I I was so fucking done with Hollow Knight on a dance pad after I did Nightmare King Grim and the Path of Pain. I was so sick of Radiant's shit. Why is that exclusive? Because the chest will only generate in the world type that you created. If you are in a corruption world, you will not have a crimson chest in your dungeon. Now, if you're in a drunk world or get fixed boy, you'll have both. But in regular worlds, only the chest from the world evil type that you made will be in the dungeon. So if you're on a corruption world, you cannot get vampire knives, and if you're on a crimson world, you cannot get a Scourge of the Corruptor. Every other item can be obtained through the use of artificial biomes with seeds bought from the Dryad. However, it is more difficult to obtain the alternate world evil ones, and getting mimic drops in particular is very difficult in the alternate world evil seed. Which means the most relevant changes in Horde mode are going to be the drops that you get from the Horde mode mimics. The hooks are pretty much the same, but you have Clanger Staff versus Life Drain, Dart Rifle versus Dart Pistol, Chain Guillotines versus Fetid Bagnecks, and Putrid Scent versus Flesh Knuckles. And I think depending on what you want would determine which of those drops are more desirable. If you're doing anything related to melee or tanking, you're going to want to play on Crimson because you have Fetid Bagnecks, which are incredibly powerful, and access to Flesh Knuckles, which are really important for anything related to tanking. Whereas nothing from the Corruption is really that important to the same level as Flesh Knuckles are for tanking. I think the Dart Rifle is generally a bit better than the Dart Pistol. I think I'd rather have a Clanger Staff most of the time than a Life Drain. And the main thing that the Putrid Scent is going to get you is, like, a second scope as a ranger. Post Golem, if you're min-maxing really hard, and you want 2 scopes, because you do need a Putrid Scent for the second one. Scourge of the Corruptor is good, but Vampire Knives are also very, very, very good. And, I mean, if you're bringing up the Scourge of the Corruptor, you gotta bring up the fact that Vampire Knives are just OP. Like, not necessarily OP, really fucking strong. Especially with... Vamp Knives in a good tank build are insanely strong. Utilized properly, they are obscenely powerful. You'd rather run 2 people? Okay, well not everyone plays the game in multiplayer, so there is that. Let me go, take a sec here. Yeah. I feel like most of the time I usually go Crimson just solely for the fact that a lot of challenges, your damage doesn't really matter. Thelp is calling? Okay. Oh. I need to pay more attention. I keep not seeing the Destroyer because I'm looking off screen at chat. Yo, bro, you wanna... Multiplayer does make the game a lot easier, yeah. With a couple exceptions, but generally, multiplayer is a significantly easier experience. There's a video about Vampire Knives in which the author stands in one place with almost no heal and kills the Duke. Yeah, no, they're really strong. Mastermind Moonlord Ranger build was Ranger Emblem, Avenger Emblem, Destroyer Emblem, Sniper Scope, and Rifle Scope and Wings. You get a spare slot, all warding. use Jason Greed. Vampire knives are lifesteal been changed in 1.4? I don't believe so. I believe the only time vampire knives have been nerfed was pre 1.4. Weed? No thanks, I don't smoke. Wait, something else? Yo, is the arms dealer shooting him? I feel like I heard more damage noises there. But I don't see the arms dealer nearby. Yo, he is shooting him. Damn, he's sniping him from over there. I should do an NPC only one? Nah, I think that just sounds really, really boring and non-interactive. What have we... When did DJ mention the worm scuff? But no, I looked into the math of it with, Chasmatism in my server the other day. And ultimately, the worm scuff and brain work out to function pretty similarly. Because of its additive stacking, the worm scuff actually stacks quite well with damage reduction. But like, the whole armor scaling thing doesn't mean that the worm scuff is worse than the brain of confusion, because they both scale the same way after defense. Like, they both apply after defense. That is, if you're taking 200 damage, and you have 100 points of defense, and you have either the worm scuff or the brain of confusion, in both cases, you'll have the damage reduced to 100 because you have 100 points of defense. And then it'll either get reduced by 17% from the worm scuff, bringing it down to 83, or 17% of the time, you'll dodge the attack with the brain of confusion, which on average will reduce the attack to 83. Piranha gun best biome chest weapon. Pro tip about the Piranha gun. If you activate Shroomite Stealth before shooting the Piranha gun, it will maintain the damage boost after you start moving about, because the Piranha gun checks the damage that it had when it fired, and as long as it stays latched onto it, you can maintain the 60% bonus from Shroomite Stealth while moving around. Kitty Cat's good, yeah. Okay, 15k. That's kind of busted. I mean, it is a Piranha gun. Like, it's not terribly strong in the first place. I feel like to have the Piranha gun even be competitive with other good options, you have to have the Shroomite damage bonus. However, note that if you're using the Piranha gun on the Empress of Light, for some reason the Piranha gun detaches when the Empress of Light teleports. It doesn't normally detach from teleporting enemies, it normally clings to them, but for some reason with the Empress of Light it detaches, so it's not really a strategy you can use on the Empress. It does follow Duke Fishron in his third phase, I believe, though. So it's decent for that. It probably has to do with how her teleporting works, because I think it's a bit different than normal teleporting. But yeah, I imagine it's a bug. But then again, this is a buggy-ass game that despawns bosses directly on top of you mid-fight and just has your heart statues disappear from existence and shit, so... Okay, if you consider that we started the fight at 15,000, then we're 500 out of 15,000, which is a lot of progress. If you ignore all of the time we spent until now, we've made a lot of progress in the past couple minutes. think you're supposed to fight bosses for 5 hours? You have a source on that one? Hello, Destroyer? Can't believe you just randomly got the stream recommended through YouTube and you even get referred through Discord. How did I even do Wall of Flesh? You weren't here? You can go watch the stream from, like, yesterday when I did it. I mean, we just killed it. I don't really know what to tell you, because the answer is just that we hit him with a lawnmower until he died. Like... most of these bosses, there's not, like, really specific strategies. It's just hitting them with a lawnmower until they die. I mean, for the Wall of Flesh, we had a big runway across the entire world. We did it on Classic, because it wouldn't be possible above Classic. And I found this, exploit with health statues that allow you to heal more frequently using them. How is it even possible if he runs at you? Well, you run at him, and you hit him, and then he knocks you back, and then you keep doing that for, like, however long it took. I'm fighting all bosses, or just the necessary ones? I'm fighting whatever bosses I feel like. The Wall of Flesh's contact damage is not very notable on Classic. It's not like Expert or Master, where he just instantly melts you if you're within melee range. You can just keep bouncing off of him and he does like 20 damage a hit. Okay, if from 15,000 we've done 1,000. Dupe with a lawnmower? Maybe. I mean, Dupe with a copper short sword was very difficult, but then again, I did not have my build very optimized for Dupe when I did it with the copper short sword. I didn't even have an Ankh shield. If you guys remember, when I did Dupe with a copper short sword, I unironically equipped the trifold map as an accessory. Because I needed to not get confused that badly. Like, it was that much of an issue that was happening. And I don't even think I had, like, frozen shield and shit by that point. Welcome back, Buxy. Well, because I was in the middle of the fight, I wasn't going to stop the fight, but, like, confusion was being a really big issue when it happened. So I ended up, I had a trifold map, luckily, in my piggy bank. I just pulled one out and started equipping it for the fight. But now I know, like, get a damn Ankh shield before trying to fight him, because once you start the fight, I mean, you get 10 hours in, you don't want to stop. Destroyer needs a second phase to spice it up. I mean, it's pretty plain once all the probes pop out, but I don't feel like the Terraria bosses need to be particularly complex. I feel like one of the things that I feel like Calamity overdid is adding just extra phases. A lot of times they had more than 2 phases to boss fights. I do not feel like the bosses need to have had as many phases as they did for a lot of Calamity bosses. Like, how many fucking phases does Exomex have? Like 7? I say 10 hours in like it's no problem. It's not a problem. What if Destroyer had... Okay, almost at 13,000. I'm this thing called a no-lifer? What does that mean? This is a daily occurrence for me? A Moonlord laser were burrowed down and fired it? Oh, you mean like the fucking Exomech? No, I don't feel like Terraria needs particularly complex boss fights. Or revamping old boss fights to be a lot more complex than they are. Like, I feel like the points... Like, it was good to do it for King Slime. What if Destroyer worked like the Eater of Worlds? It would probably be a lot more difficult if the Destroyer worked like the Eater of Worlds, because the Destroyer's head damage is obscene. How long do you think Moonlord will take? My ballpark guess is over 100 hours. I think it took like 30-something hours for Copper Shortsword, and we are going to be significantly less efficient than the Copper Shortsword. And I suspect as a result, it is going to be a very, very long fight. I just want to sleep before... No, I mean, you can pause the game. You can just pause the game. I think I'm going to do all these boss fights in one sitting? Hell no. You don't even do turn on auto pause, you can just pause the game. You forgot you can do that. Yeah, it's not like this is Dark Souls or something. You can just pause the game. What's with the controversial username? You mean Daedalus Stormbow? I mean, I think calling Daedalus Stormbow bad is a little bit sensational. I think it's, people haven't updated their understanding of it, that it's not nearly as powerful as it used to be, though. I mean, I've used the Stormbow. It's usually fine for what I use it for. Like, I think I used it for Mechdusa and Hardcore. Didn't Relogic nerf it? They did, yeah. They mostly nerfed Holy Arrows, though. The Stormbow itself didn't actually receive that much of a nerf. I mean, it's usable. It's not the best by any means. It's certainly not very good for the Destroyer. Certainly not with Holy Arrows. Yeah. But I mean, like, it's a fine weapon. For a, like, really early hard mode weapon that you don't even need to get a hard mode anvil for, it's pretty decent. You can use it for the mech bosses. It's fine for them. It's certainly going to do you better against the mech bosses than, like, a Crystal Vial Shard is. And honestly, I'd say it's also probably going to do better than a Flying Knife, except maybe against the Destroyer when it's coiled. Like, it's not that bad. Would I take it over a Dart Gun? Probably not. Or a Dart Rifle or Dart Pistol. I'd probably take a Dart Weapon over them. Alright, we're almost 10k. That'll definitely help you when you get fixed board playthrough. Yeah, the utility of attacking from the sky is actually pretty helpful in some circumstances. Aha! Well, Centerpiece Reese, that would be true, except for the fact that the twins have... their projectiles do not go through blocks, and they also won't shoot at you if there's a block between you and them, so you can utilize just sitting still, at which point the twins will be in a consistent location, and you can rain down on them with the Stormbow for quite a lot of damage. I used the Stormbow when I did the twins blindfolded, because I had a teleporter set up, blindfolded without getting hit. And it was quite effective, because of its particular properties regarding going from the sky rather than from you. Isn't that cheesy? I mean, sure, I don't really care that much. I did the twins blindfolded. I have fought every boss in the game blindfolded without taking damage. Now, granted, a lot of those boss fights did require some cheesy strategies, because it simply wasn't really feasible fighting them blindfolded without getting hit. But some of them I did just walk up and fight normally blindfolded without getting hit. Also in For the Worthy. I think I neglected to mention that part. I did the blindfolded no-hit stuff in For the Worthy. Am I a masochist? I don't affiliate with any political parties, Time Death. But granted, like, my weapon of choice for the mech bosses is going to be a Phoenix Blaster. Like, I don't really care that much about what's effective, because playing the game normally, outside of challenges, I'm just going to walk up with a Phoenix Blaster and Necro Armor or something. Like, I'm not... Okay, we're almost out at 10k. Oh no, music makes you feel physical pain. God, I couldn't imagine. When I did Hollow Knight on a dance pad, there were a couple things that I just could not conceive myself doing. Like, I did the Path of Pain on a dance pad, and that was really, really, really fucking difficult. It took like 12 hours or whatever. I could not imagine doing like the God Home Pantheons on a dance pad. I could imagine doing Radiance, I just didn't really feel like doing Radiance after I did Nightmare King Grim. Let's see if Ninja. Yeah, I could not imagine doing the Pantheon on a dance pad. Not the pain in my book enough. Also, I went back. Is combat worse than platforming on a dance pad? Well, the problem is, with the Pantheons, you have to platform mid-combat. Like, combat in general is not too difficult, but platforming plus combat is really fucking hard. That's why, like, Radiance, I just gave up on Radiance, because doing, like, the platforming mid-fight while also not getting hit was just miserable. Dream bosses? God, I remember how long it took me to do 0. And how many times I just started sweating and, like, took my shirt off doing that, playthrough. Just like regular 0. Yeah, it was funny. I was looking back. I was watching back through the Dance Pad Rain Worlds streams because I was going to make a highlight video of that. And there was such a stark contrast between the first Dance Pad Rain World stream and the second Dance Pad Rain World stream, because I was just infinitely better at the game in the second one. And I think it was because I had finished doing voice-controlled Rain World, and voice-controlled Rain World was so much more difficult than Dance Pad Rain World. That Dance Pad Rain World felt like a breeze in comparison to voice-controlled. I still have nightmares about that giant tunnel in Shoreline, though. Definitely not an hour. I think probably like half an hour is reasonable as an estimate. We're down to the last 10k. We're really not very far off from finishing. You thought I would be more excited when it was at low health, but now you're just bored? Yeah, I mean, it's what it looks like. There's not really much going on. 11/12 of the way there, yeah. He's watching the stream at the end of a long day. Well, this is kind of the end of my long day, because my long day was just killing the destroyer. What a long day it was. 32 minutes, yeah. Okay. Down below 10k. You've been watching basically the entire time, definitely the entire fight, and you want to keep yourself safe. So you don't know how I'm keeping going. Oh, if you think this is bad. I think the longest single stream I've done was day 2 of Empress of Light, Copper Shortsword. I think I fought her for like 11 hours straight with no breaks. To finish her off. Maybe 10k. Cooking streams at 10k once we get there. Not like immediately. I'll probably have to decide what I want to cook and then get prepped and things. So that's the 10k goal. You sub now? Thank you. And I'm probably going to be... There are going to be 2 types of streams that I'm going to be doing over the next couple of weeks as I finish this run. There are going to be the Lawnmower only run streams, which are going to be basically just this. Fighting bosses for very long periods of time, for probably several days straight, and then on the other days, I'm probably just going to be doing regular things. Not low damage Terraria challenges like this, potentially Rain World, potentially other miscellaneous games, finishing up XCOM 2. I haven't really decided yet, but... Make street corn? I'm not allowed to make street corn, because I keep ruining the pans that I make street corn in. Yeah, Don't Dig Up has no time limits for bosses, so I can sit here for as long as I like. And even if, there were time limits, we'd just be pausing time. But since it's possible to do them without time limits, I'd rather do it in the way that, doesn't have to deal with the, using the journey mode powers. Okay. No time limits except Wall of Flesh. Yes. Wall of Flesh was very difficult. If you weren't here for Wall of Flesh, it took this much from the left of the world to where I just pointed to kill the Wall of Flesh. And that was on Classic mode. It was not an easy fight. Bud is awake now. Welcome back. Here for the last 8k. Well, I mean, we knew from the beginning how long it was going to take, right? I guess it did take a bit longer than I was expecting. It was more like 6 hours than 5 hours. Yo, Ohms Dealer, he's doing the spinny. People you're friends with seem not like Wall of Flesh, but it's your favorite boss in terms of gameplay. What's my opinion? It's your favorite boss? I don't really have strong opinions on the Wall of Flesh. I don't feel like dealing with this one. I'm gonna go over here. Has it been? It's pretty much been what you've seen here with the past, like, 6 hours or however long it's been. Yo, you got any money for me? 25 gold? Gimme. Holy shit. Busted economy strats. Just spend 5 hours fighting the Destroyer and the tax collector has a ton of money for you when you get back. Like, it's literally just free money. Why do people bother with AFK money farms? You can just AFK and take money from the tax collector. The fight was easier when the probes were alive. ironically, because the probes were giving us iframes by attacking us frequently, and that caused us to not really have to care about the destroyer's mouth. You're gone for 2 hours and still? Yeah, I mean, we're almost done, but it's, the boss does have 120,000 hit points, and we are doing 1 damage a hit. The destroyer wants a nice kiss. He's creepy. I'm not going to kiss him. Where did the probes go? I killed them. Yeah, Nightmare King Grim is great. I think Nightmare King Grim is my favorite. Well, Nightmare King Grim is my second favorite Hollow Knight boss behind Sisters of Battle. I fucking love Sisters of Battle. We don't need to summon the eye. Yeah, the way I usually, if I ever end up getting the tax collector, the way I usually end up using him is forgetting he exists until I run out of money and then go, shit, I need more money, and then go to the tax collector and get like 25 gold or whatever. What are we doing on potions? We're running a little low on greater heals. We've gone through like 60 of them today. Okay, 7,700. This row is 80 segments. Yeah. Seems we had 80 actually, no, probably 78 probes out, right? Because do his mouth and tail count as a segment? Those ones can't have their probes pop out. And what, it's twice as long in For the Worthy? Oh, 82 with the head and tail. I see. I've spent probably like 20 minutes shimmer forging over the course of this run so far. That's how I've been getting most of my accessories to be the reforges that I want, because I don't actually have very much money, and it's not very easy for me to farm money. But I can shimmer forge, which is just throwing accessories in the shimmer and then recrafting them until they get a good modifier. And that's how I got like my Berserker glove, bundle of balloons, charm of mitts to be the modifier that I wanted. Shimmer forging is unbearably slow. I mean, I don't have much better to do, and it only took like 5 minutes to get one like, I think the longest I had to take was like 5 minutes to get my Berserker glove to what I wanted. And like, you know, when you're saving 20 gold per reforge with the really expensive accessories, I absolutely think it's worthwhile. Well, no, you sharpen blades by, you know, putting them up against a sharpening thing, you know? You use metal to sharpen metal. The more expensive the accessory, the more tempting it is for me to try to do that. You can't find the shimmer anywhere? So you can determine the exact location of the shimmer if... Well, firstly, make sure you're on 1.4.4. Some people on Tmod Loader try to look for the shimmer and forget that it's not in the game yet. But assuming you're on 1.4.4, or a later update, you can pinpoint the exact location of your shimmer using the color of dungeon brick and the type of jungle shrine that you have in your world, the type of brick used. Because those two things, the shimmer uses information from your seed to determine where it generates, and those two things use the same information from the seed to determine where they generate. So you can use one to determine the other. For instance, I believe if you have pink dungeon brick, the shimmer will be furthest to the right. If your jungle is on the right side of the world, then your shimmer will basically be directly underneath the ocean if you have pink dungeon brick. Whereas if your jungle is on the left side of the world, your shimmer will be very close to the jungle. And pretty far from the ocean. You could also, absolute worst case scenario, just like download a map viewer and look at the map to find where the shimmer is if you really run out of patience looking for it. But $6,500. Health bar is just a tiny sliver at this point. Yours is below a living tree. Nice. Mine in this world is pretty... If you're on a small world, shimmer is really easy to find. If you're on a large world, it's a lot more difficult. But I think the shimmer biome size, the Aether biome, is the same regardless of your world size. So if you're on a smaller world, the biome is bigger relative to the rest of the world. Whereas on a large world, it's rather easy to miss. Where does shimmer generate and get fixed by? I believe it generates in exactly the same way as normal. I'm not positive, but can't play in small worlds. I don't like small worlds. I usually go medium or typically large for larger challenges. But on Get Fixed Boy, isn't everywhere jungle? No? The jungle is in a specific location in the world, on the same side as the snow biome. There's hive blocks in a lot of places, but the entire world is not jungle. The hive block areas are not the jungle. That's just the not the beach thing. You know. Yet Fixed Boy has, like, a certain priority that it takes world gen from. And, like, the biggest influence on... for the world, and Get Fixed Boy world gen is Don't Dig Up. And then it removes most of the things from Not the Bees. And really mostly just has the larva everywhere and random pockets of the hive blocks. This is a true fact, Tegan. The very start of Master Mode Get Fixed Boy, not knowing anything about it, was actual hell. Really? I loved that part. I loved that stream. Where I played Get Fixed Boy like the day it came out. Knew nothing about it. There's that clip of me just dying to a bouncy boulder and not knowing what it is. That was great. Onyx Blaster? Or like Mid Blaster. He's a Phoenix Blaster. I mean, the VODs are there. You could go back and watch those streams. That is possible. And I do plenty of non-painful streams like this. This is just the challenge run that I'm doing right now. Oh yeah, dying to other people's gravestones. That is one pretty annoying aspect of For the Worthy. I also really don't like the fact that they, I understand... No, this is on Expert, Oliver. Is chat readable for older streams? I think so? I'm not positive, though. Destroyer is 80,000 HP on Classic. Yeah, I also really don't like the fact that, For the Worthy has explosive damage being universal rather than per player. I understand why it's that way. It's so that when explosive drop from pots, like bombs from pots or tree bombs, they're able to damage any player. God, it's annoying. Okay. Last 5k. Oh, yep. I mean, I can't really change the speed I'm doing this at. All I can do is slow it down. I'm going as fast as I can. Now, trust me, I'm hungry. I want to finish, but... What mode is that world in? So this world is in Journey mode. And I'm able to change the difficulty at will. However, it is currently set to Expert mode. The reason it's on Journey mode is because I have to fight the Wall of Flesh on Classic, but I don't want to do the rest of the game on Classic, which means my only option is to change the world difficulty using Journey mode. My schedule for the next hour is empty. Can I fight the boss slower? Yep. No, I want to eat. I need food. Alright, 4,500. Can I say something for you? It depends on what it is. If it's weird, the answer is probably no. Eight more greater healings. No, I'm not going to say that. I don't really think telling people to kill themselves is a particularly funny joke. 4,000? I think my music stopped. Yeah, hold on. Threat Themes Collection mods included. I want the base game threat music. Okay. Alright, let's go. I would have laughed my ass off if immediately on tabbing in, I just like immediately died from the destroyer's head because I paused right before it was about to hit me. No, telling someone to kill themselves is just fairly toxic behavior. Keegan D's nuts. You guys walked right into it. How long have I been fighting the destroyer? Like 6 hours. Oh, it's Keijin. Cielo shooting him again? Yes. Man's a real one. We out here, got my back. Are we playing on Get Fixed Boy? This is not on Get Fixed Boy, this is on Don't Dig Up. I was on Get Fixed Boy, I would not be fighting the Destroyer, I would be fighting Mech User. Okay. Last 2,000. Oh shit, we're speed running with the arms dealer. Hold on, no, stop. You're cheating. You're not a lawnmower. Kill him. No, he's not a lawnmower. Just let him. There we go. Which OST is this? This is Rainworld. Specifically, this is the Industrial Complex threat music in Rainworld. This is the garbage waste threat theme. Threat theme. I'm going through all the threat themes in Rainworld right now. At least some of them. I don't know. Played for all of them. I heard of Big Shot by Toby Fox? No. Deltarune? I have not played Deltarune or Undertale. Toby Fox is... Yeah, he's the... Okay. I thought I recognized the name. That's the dev for that, right? Or the composer. Something related to them. I think just the dev. Okay, 1,500. Yeah, well, lawn mowing is not a glamorous line of work. Somebody's got to do it. When was the last time you mowed your destroyer? Have you seen it recently? It is completely out of hand. Yo, it's Shoreline Threat. I love Shoreline Threat. Okay, last 1,000. You think of an old man trying to live life trying to mow your lawn while otherworldly threats are trying to eat me. You're not wrong. Oh, that's where the threat music loops, I see. What's next? Shoreline threat continue. I need a magic conch break? No, I'm hungry. Superstructure? use threat music? I don't really recognize this. This song sucks. Or is this Pebbles? Oh no, this is Pebbles. Those sounds. That's Pebbles. It's threat music. Yeah, Daddy Longlegs nearby. He does not even have a single pixel left in his health bar. There's Metroid Prime music. What's the threat song we're going to end on? What's next in the playlist? What is it? What is it? Oh, no, it's still going. Okay. I don't want to end on fucking 5 Pebbles threat music, please. Hang on, no. What? I'm not ending on 5 Pebbles. Chimney Canopy, let's go. Alright, 27. 19. 12. 5. 4, 3, 2. Okay, can we get 1 hit? 1. Okay, he's at 1 HP. How do we flex on him? Imagine I die now. Magic Conch Break. Let's get the Lava Slime banner down. Yeah, let's kill him at the ocean. Excellent dance pad cam. Ah, no, it's gonna take him too long to get over here. I am really hungry. I want to eat. What if you killed him in fishing gear? Alright, let's go. Got him. I nearly died? Nah, it was calculated. Okay. Welcome, Ashley. Just in time. My health bar at the end, I nearly died? We were fine. Like 5 HP? That's 5 more than I needed. Well, 4 more than I needed. Ale Tosser, Classy Cane. Another 1 gold. Okay. Well, I am not sure when I'm going to continue this. I am not going to be fighting another boss tomorrow, that's for sure. This took long enough today. But I am going to get to 500 HP, get life fruit. Let's see how many hollowed bars we got. 33, that's a lot. Alright, bye everyone.